Welcome to the Dire Wolf Show, where we believe that America is exceptional and that our constitutional rights should never be infringed. I am Dire Wolf. On our show, we bring you the truth and debunk fake news. If you love laughing at the insanity of the regressive left, sit back and relax. Boy, do I have a show for you.
Mic check. Okay, I got my mic working. Let's see if I can get Dire's working here. It is not working. It could be a me problem here. Alright, let's see about that. Give me a mic check. That did not work well.
Speak.
I mean, I don't think so. I don't know that you add a whole lot to the stream there.
Yeah, I mean, I can just be, moral support. Like, criticize you while you're talking,
Should we roll the intro again or just jump right into it?
I mean, is my mic working now?
Well, I thought we established that it didn't matter. Hi, Wolfpack. Welcome back.
Oh, jeez.
You are live.
Oh, I am live. Okay.
You are
welcome
live.
back, Wolfpack. I thought my mic wasn't working. Welcome back, Wolfpack. Dire Wolf here for our weekly news recap from behind enemy lines. Probably not on YouTube, where speech is not free.
No, we are we did actually make it to YouTube today.
Well, shit, that's convenient. We'll see how long that lasts. We asked a spicy topic for you today that might get us removed again. But you know what? I don't know about you, Fox. I don't care.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end of the year here. It's December. I really don't care either.
Yeah.
I give none F's about it.
YouTube reviewer, if you want to remove our account, go fuck yourself first off, and I don't care. If you want to allow free speech, we're going to be talking about some topics that, are real. And you can try silencing them, but they're going to be on other platforms like Rumble. Our audience
I
there.
forgot about Rumble. I should go check over on Rumble.
Yeah,
we'll probably be able to start streaming on Twitter at some point too. Apparently, there's some changes afoot at Twitter. Some of that's going to be new features, like the ability to upload and store long form videos, like YouTube. So that could be fun.
Yes, changes are coming. Twitter's user base has increased. It's the people viewing it who already had accounts are viewing it more often. There have been a lot of accounts that have been removed that were bots, and yet still the platform is getting more views and more subscribers because people who were actual people who were removed are coming back, and people who were giving up on Twitter because they felt it was mostly not authentic conversations, they're coming back as well, or making accounts for the first time. So
one notable exception to that is that at Fox Trevize is still permabanned. Come on, Elon. Help a Fox out.
He isn't doing everyone on the same day. They are still unbanning people as they go. They're having to investigate to make sure whether or not someone actually did a crime or a call to violence before they unblock someone. But they are making progress there. And on top of getting more engagement, which means they can sell more ads, they are also they've cut the cost of running Twitter drastically. So the bottom line for Twitter is actually in the positive, where before the company was constantly losing money in the millions. Now it's making money.
Yeah, why don't we save that for the actual section?
Yeah, okay.
Twitter in it.
That sounds like a great idea.
I know that you're trying to fill up time because it's gonna be a really short show today,
yeah,
so
we need some filler. Thank you for everyone who supports us. Please like, share, subscribe. You guys are all awesome. But please go over to Rumble while you still can, or DLive, or Twitch. Just don't follow us on YouTube because we're not likely to be there very long. And then also let's move into our first funny comments. We got some funny stories for you. I'd like to start off with something light.
Yeah. Okay. So Merriam-Webster, a dictionary. At least they were. They're now the Newspeak dictionary. They every year they launch their word of the year. However, this year, 2022, is a little bit weird because the word of the year is gaslighting. Which is strange because there's no such thing as gaslighting. Gaslighting is not a real word, and no one is trying to gaslight you, presumably because they wouldn't be able to afford to light you with gas in this economy. So don't fall for Merriam-Webster's tricks. Anyone trying to tell you about gaslighting is lying to you. They're trying to make you go crazy. Don't listen to them. There's no such thing as gaslighting.
Seems so appropriate though, because the left-wing media has spent like almost every single story. They try to tell us, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. It's fake. It didn't happen. The Hunter Biden's laptop is just Russian misinformation. It's not real. Everything.
What's funny is that the word of the year comes from apparently lookup, so people searching for the word. So I guess in 2022, everybody was searching for what is it that the Democrats are doing to me? What is it that the mainstream media is doing to me? Oh, it's called gaslighting. That's what it is.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people aren't familiar with what gaslighting is.
They're typically the people being gaslit.
Exactly, yeah. But that is a apt word to describe the last few years and news media in general.
Yes. So similar to gaslighting, other news that didn't happen was this handshake that President Joe Biden shared with French President Emmanuel Macron. Dyer, have you seen this handshake?
The very first part of it, but then you told me to stop.
Yeah, so this was a few days ago at a joint event, and this is Joe Biden shaking the hand of Emmanuel Macron. Let's watch.
La France et les États-Unis affronteront l'avenir comme nous l'avons toujours fait, confiant dans nos
All
capacités.
right, good handshake, good firm grip. You gotta grab the shoulder. That's how you do a nice firm man handshake. Okay, now they're transitioning into a bit of a Spartan grip, and
this is going on way too long. Oh, it's coming back.
Oh,
got it. Oh,
we're
going
doing
back into it.
The palm.
Oh, no. He's got his arm, and he seems to want to have it back. Now he's not even looking at him.
You're at
Macron's
34
looking at him,
seconds.
Biden's staring off into the distance.
And another Spartan grip. And finally, let's go. After 43 seconds. Boy, that was a firm grip.
Yeah,
boy, oh
seems
boy.
like he froze up there a little bit.
Yeah.
He wasn't moving at all.
Biden.exe has stopped responding.
It seems like Biden had a little bit of a freeze up and forgot what he was doing. Did you notice how gigantic the lamp was behind them, by the way, with perspective-wise?
I did not.
Look at that. They're in front of it. The thing is huge.
I mean, lamps, like real lamps are big.
That thing is gigantic. It's a distance behind them.
Imagine the carbon footprint of that thing.
Exactly.
So, other things that didn't happen was that Joe Biden's non-binary nuclear waste official didn't steal a woman's luggage at the airport.
The Biden administration loves to brag about its diverse slate of nominees.
Thank you, Jesse Waters, but you need to be quiet for right now.
Yes.
All right, take it away, Dyer.
Yeah, so Sam Burton is the non-binary guy who wears dresses, psychopath in charge of the nuclear energy department, which deals with this, getting rid of nuclear waste mostly, and those kinds of policies. And he was charged with stealing a female traveler's luggage in Minneapolis at an airport in September, shortly before taking a long leave of absence. So that was Sam Britton. Britton, who serves as the DOE's Duty Assistant Secretary for Spent Fuel and Waste Disposition, allegedly took Vera Bradley's suitcase worth $2,325.
I think it was Vera Bradley, not Vera Bradley herself.
Yeah.
It was Vera Bradley branded suitcase, not Vera Bradley's suitcase.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
Took the luggage off the carousel in Minneapolis, St. Paul Airport on the 16th of September, according to a criminal complaint filed October 26th in Minnesota State Court and obtained by Fox News Digital. Britton had traveled from Washington, D.C. to MSP that day.
Now, I don't fly an awful lot, but are you trying to tell me, Dyer, that the luggage carousel, it's not like the take a penny, leave a penny thing. You're not allowed to just grab a suitcase if you forgot yours?
From what I understand with my limited knowledge of airports is that it's kind of like a buffet. You just take any suitcases you want.
Oh, okay.
As long as you think you can get away with it. It's kind of like a what do you call it? When you bring, everyone brings food.
You can't share it. Any shared entrees will be, you have a 50% gratuity attached to them, right?
Right. So after the suitcase's owner alerted police after seeing her luggage getting stolen, police officers reviewed video surveillance of the carousel and identified Burton taking the luggage and then removing its tag identifying the owner. So he knew it wasn't his because the tag wasn't his. He also didn't travel with luggage, so he didn't need to go to the carousel for luggage at all. He just straight up stole the luggage. And then law enforcement observed him taking that luggage on after having stolen multiple other flights. In his defense, he said that he thought that the clothing inside the luggage that he did not own and did not bring looked like his, even though he didn't look inside of it when he stole it. It was women's clothes, and he does wear women's clothes, so that makes sense, I guess.
So this guy is in charge of not losing our nuclear waste.
Yes, he's clearly a psychopath, and this is not likely the first time he's pulled this shit. It's probably his first time he got caught. This is the mindset of the people that the Democrats that are trying to rule over you. They're all fucking psychopaths.
Yes. And it's not that all non-binary people are bad people and psychopathic, but it sure seems like all the ones that are in the Democrat Party right now.
Yeah, well, mental illness generally don't just have one.
Yes. Alrighty. Well, speaking of mental illness, there was just total meltdowns over Twitter and all the things going on at Twitter the past couple of weeks. Should we jump into that? I know you're eager. You're so eager. Yeah, you jumped into the story a little bit early here. I guess a little bit of background on this is, as many of you are aware, Elon completed his purchase of Twitter right before the election last month, which is auspicious timing, especially with what's coming out right now. And in that time, well, the left has had just a total meltdown. I believe they're at something like 70 to 90% of the original Twitter staff has been fired. So like 70 to 90% of the people that worked at Twitter in August no longer work at Twitter, which is good. I think it's a good thing.
So a large portion of them, after even the 70% that were fired, a large portion of those who remained also left because they had were asked to work in the office, not from home, and they were refused.
Yes. Also, in that time, while contrary to the reporting of several legacy media outlets, according to Twitter's own internal metrics that Elon is using, hate speech impressions on Twitter are down dramatically, all at the same time that user engagement is up dramatically. The number of daily active users has almost doubled. The content that they're interacting with has gone up a similar amount. Yet somehow all these extra people on Twitter and hate speech impressions are at the same or lower. So like your hate speech per capita is dropping dramatically.
And that's it. Keep in mind, that was when there was a campaign of dropping the N-word from Democrats, using the N-word just to, right after Elon took over, to try to increase that metric.
Correct. Also, bot activity has been significantly reduced. And one thing that Elon has finally taking a stab at, that for some reason Twitter, with all of these employees that they had, just hundreds and hundreds of useless employees per actual coder engineer, and somehow they were never able to tackle the child pornography thing. Elon's taking a snap at that. Now this is anecdotal, but so far what it seems like is people notice that a lot of Antifa accounts have disappeared lately. And Elon said that they're going through and axing any child pornography related accounts that have ever interacted with it, even in DMs. And somehow a lot of Antifa accounts are disappearing. Could be a coincidence.
Yeah, could be. But I mean, there's always the Rittenhouse rule.
Yeah, so the Rittenhouse rule is that, as far as you can throw a wet tissue, in any crowd where Antifa is, you will hit 3 pedophiles, at least. You shoot
a random selection of 3.
No, I'm not telling you to do this, but if you, let me alter what I'm about to say. So
yes,
if you chose at random 3 people out of a group of Antifa rioters, 2 of them have raped kids.
And one's a wife beater.
Yes, one of them has beat their wife. So, I would say it's a pretty good sample size that Kyle had there. So, and it would make sense the ratio of that probably carries over to Twitter. So that's pretty interesting. One of the other things that Elon's goal was in buying Twitter was because the initial reason why he purchased it was because Twitter banned the Babylon Bee last year for a joke that they tweeted out about what's that? Was it Richard Levine or Rachel? Yeah, it's Richard Levine. Now Rachel Levine. The supposed Surgeon General, Health Secretary, whatever, tranny, who is actually a man dressing as a woman. And Babylon Bee tweeted out that he was Man of the Year after I think it was the Times posted out that he was the Woman of the Year. And so Babylon Bee got suspended permanently for that. And Elon tweeted out a year ago, maybe I should buy Twitter. And in that time, he's bought Twitter. So he bought it because of suppression of free speech. He bought it for suppression of right-leaning ideas. And so one of the things that he's wanted to do since he bought it was to try to expose what happened during the last several election cycles with Twitter. Is there a left-wing bias at Twitter? Is there unnatural suppression of conservative thought and ideology? And it would seem that he's finding that, and he's now decided to publish that. Last night was one of his first big publications. I believe there's supposed to be another one tonight. And he sent a large tranche of files to Matt Taibbi, who is a prominent, independent journalist. And Matt Taibbi was able to repost this as a tweet thread, which maybe not the best way.
I would have preferred an article, honestly.
Yeah, so Matt Taibbi has a Substack. I would prefer an article, but I don't prefer to pay for one, even though I could write it off my taxes. But this tweet thread will be good enough. And as you can see, the tweet thread comes endorsed by Elon Musk retweeting it himself. Imagine being a journalist, Dyer, and Elon chooses you to publish his files and then retweets you.
And the owner of the social media program company doing that as well. So that's pretty cool.
I guess props to Matt Taibbi. You've made it. All right. So we'll read through some of this thread here. There's some pretty interesting details here. So this was published last night at 6 p.m. And I believe, again, there should be another one published either while we're streaming or later tonight. Elon said he's got a lot to unload about what's been going on at Twitter. All right, so tweet 1, the thread, the Twitter files. So what you're about to read is the first installment in a series based upon thousands of internal documents obtained by sources at Twitter. The, quote, Twitter files tell an incredible story from the inside of one of the world's largest, most influential social media platforms. It is a Frankensteinian tale of a human-built mechanism grown out of control of its designer. Well, that's poetic. Kind kind of like Dyer. All right, Twitter in its conception was a brilliant tool for enabling instant mass communication, making a true real-time global conversation possible for the first time. In an early conception, Twitter more than lived up to its mission statement, giving people, quote, the power to create and share ideas. It's kind of like flowery nonsense. We get down here to the real meat of it. So by 2020, requests from connected actors to delete tweets were routine. One executive would write to another, quote, more to review from the Biden team, and the reply back would be, quote, handled. And I just lost my monitor. Although it is still... Oh, wait, there it is. Okay. So, now the handled thing is actually was trending last night, and Elon actually has that as his pinned tweet. It is now the joke that when you would like to get... It's kind of a euphemism, right, Dyer? I'm sure you're familiar with this in your line of work when you use a euphemism for handling somebody or taking care of them.
Yeah.
To, and it means to get rid of them, to make them disappear. And so the euphemism that Twitter used internally was handled. And so Elon has now made that a joke, and it was trending. So that's fun. We can see here from this picture, which is coming presumably from the documents that Matt Taibbi has directly from Twitter that Elon gave him. You can see more to review from the Biden team. And they have a list of tweets here. These are direct links to tweets. One of them is... Oh, no, that's in the next one. But there's a bunch of different tweets here. These are tweets that were sent directly from the Biden team. Now, people have looked into these tweets, and obviously they're gone, so you can't find them on Twitter. Some people were able to locate them in archives, and... what we find is that I think like 3 of the 5 here were just reposting pictures of Hunter Biden in precarious positions based off the trove coming off of his laptop. So I don't know why Biden's campaign team is directing Twitter to remove content of one of Biden's family members, homemade pornography. So it's a little, it's a little strange. It's possibly an abuse of power. We don't normally, if your family member screws up, you as a politician don't really have the right to utilize your political power to make that okay or make it fixed. So it's a little strange.
I would say it's a lot strange. Now, anyone in government directing a social media company to shut down someone's speech is obviously a constitutional problem. Now, he was not president at the time. He was campaigning, but it still seems the same. It's a political party trying to shut down political speech about that is negative towards them.
Well, and it could be if it's not a First Amendment violation, it is certainly a campaign finance violation, because this would be an in-kind donation. An in-kind donation would be providing something not monetary but is of value. And I would say fixing the reputation of your crackhead porno star son is probably that's probably pretty valuable.
Let's not talk about too much. He's not really a porno star. So yeah, he basically Twitter at this time was working as a wing of the Biden's campaign, giving him millions and millions of dollars of support.
Yes. Celebrities and Matt Taibbi continues. Celebrities and unknowns alike could be removed or reviewed at the behest of the political party. And we can see here in this one, one of the accounts that was highlighted was Real James Woods, who is an actor. He's a little bit older, but he's also in recent years come to some fame on Twitter for his delightful hot takes on current events. And he was targeted directly as a well-known actor by the Biden campaign, and then Twitter was able to shut him down for that.
James Wood actually gave an interview recently after this drop, right?
Yes.
Do you have that? Okay, I'll recap it. Basically, James Woods was lamenting about how his career and life has been irreparably damaged by being silenced and cut out of the industry because of people disagreeing with the political opinions. And he said that this drop here shows that individuals were working against him to silence him, and that because his business, was related to his ability to speak on these platforms, that he has now a very good case at suing individuals who are involved in this, and that he encouraged anyone else who's on this list who could claim losses due to being silenced, they should also sue. And there should be thousands and thousands of lawsuits going against Biden, his campaign, if officials, other people in the Democrat establishment, as well as the people who are working at Twitter who were following through on this silencing.
Yeah. So, a month and a half ago, we all had a conspiracy theory that there was a cabal of interconnected actors in government and big tech trying to silence in a coordinated way conservative thought. And today, we have a conspiracy theory of the exact same thing with proof now. So, again, how long does it take for a conspiracy theory to become a conspiracy fact? It's about 6 months.
About every single one of the left-wing media establishment companies said that Elon taking over Twitter was a danger to democracy. But what they're talking about is this right here. They say that losing the ability to silence the truth is the danger to democracy. The inability to protect the DNC from unfavorable information, the inability to prevent voters from knowing what's going on with the politician that they could be voting for, that's the danger. The inability for them to control the narrative and push for people to vote for Democrats, that's the danger to democracy they're talking about. Now we have a situation where Elon seems to be intending on, equal treatment where everyone is on both sides is able to provide information and discussion on topics. And their concern is that because they no longer have that control of the narrative, that they were going to lose democracy. I think it's quite the opposite. It's ironic, don't you think?
Well, usually those trying to take the democracy or take the republic will use the words against you.
Democracy only works if you have an informed or a populace that can be informed on the truth. If you control all communication around the narrative, you can make anyone believe anything, even though it's not true at all. If you just control what information they have available to them, and at that point, if information is controlled, you might have a quote unquote democracy, but you don't.
Are you saying that you can subvert democracy by gaslighting it?
Yes.
But gaslighting doesn't exist. Matt Taibbi continues that both parties had access to these tools. For instance, in 2020, requests from both the Trump White House and the Biden campaign were received and honored. However, so these tools that they're talking about is, as we discovered a few weeks ago, I don't know, you got a lot of crinkly noise in your mic, Dyer. What do you got to stop doing, whatever you're doing? There is we found out a few weeks ago that Twitter and Facebook both had portals whereby the FBI and other government .gov account or @gov accounts, they would be able to submit requests to Facebook and to Twitter to take things down. And so we were aware of those a few weeks ago, and then now it's coming to light how those tools were actually being utilized through these dumps that Elon has given to Matt Taibbi. So both Trump, White House, and the Biden campaign had access to those tools. However, the system wasn't balanced. It was biased on the contacts because Twitter was and is overwhelmingly staffed by people of one political orientation. There were more channels, more ways to complain open to the left, Democrats, than there were to the right. And you can see this is a table showing the political contributions from Twitter employees over the years. And you can see that from 2018 to 2022, basically the contributions from Twitter employees to different parties, heavily Democrat. You got 96% Democrat, 98% Democrat, and then 2022, you've got 99.73% Democrat, which means that basically like 1 in a million Twitter workers would be a Republican statistically. 1 in a million. That's some ideological diversity for you there.
Yeah. Was there even a million employees?
Yeah, I mean, you guys. You're in the military, right, Dyer? So, like, you guys kind of pride yourselves on, making sure that everybody's kind of interchangeable, that you all have like, the same skill sets. You guys can kind of, be interoperable with each other. Have you ever been able to like evaluate a group of people in the military, or even a process where you hit 99.7% like the same, like uniformity? Like,
no, there's a lot of really important metrics that determine like our readiness and how good we are at our jobs. And shit, we had that kind of numbers, we'd be impressed.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good uniformity there. So
yeah, I'd say so.
Statistically anomalous. All right. Taibbi continues. The resulting slant in content moderation discussion is inevitable in the documents you're about to read. However, there is also the assessment of the multiple current and former high-level executives. Okay, there was, let's see here. Oh, he's skipping around here. So that's the problem with Twitter and the threads, is sometimes the threads get mixed up. So, like, we go from 12 to 16. That's why this is not a good format for this. Come on, Twitter.
Yep.
Do better. Alrighty. Okay, so Twitter Files Part 1. So he's continuing. We're getting into like the actual meat of the Hunter Biden laptop story here. So Part 1, how and why Twitter blocked the Hunter Biden laptop story. On October 14th, 2020, the New York Post published Biden secret emails, an expose based on the contents of the Hunter Biden laptop, Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop. We know about that because we tried to cover it, and I think we got in trouble for covering it. Mm-hmm. All right. Twitter took extraordinary steps to suppress this story, removing links and posting warnings that it may be unsafe. They even blocked its transmission via direct messages, a tool hitherto reserved for extreme cases like child pornography. So they have this tool that's able to block DMs of certain categories, and they've only ever used it for child pornography and also the Hunter Biden laptop story. Wow.
Maybe there's a connection. Maybe there was some underage girls in his pictures and videos.
That is true.
Relatives,
allegedly.
Actually.
Yes. I don't know. Is the important part of that story that it was underage or that it was incest?
I mean,
it's hard to choose. All right.
Yeah.
White House spokeswoman Kayleigh McEnany, also Smoke Show, was locked out of her account for tweeting about the story, prompting a furious letter from the Trump campaign staffer Mike Hahn, who seethed, quote, "at least pretend to care for the next 20 days." So Kayleigh McEnany, as you may remember, was Trump's most recent press secretary, and she was very good at her job. And so she was tweeting out, hey, 20 days before the election, hey, like, look at this story. It's a pretty big bombshell about, our opponent, which is perfectly fine. And then Twitter didn't just get rid of her tweet. They suspended her account. They suspended the account of the press secretary of the United States. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
So here's the letter that was sent to Twitter. Let's see here. So Kayleigh McEnany, so this is what Trump staffer sent to Twitter about Kayleigh McEnany's account being locked out. So Kayleigh McEnany has been locked out of her account for simply talking about the New York Post story. All she did was cite the story and firsthand reporting that has been reported by other outlets and not disputed by the Biden campaign. I needed an answer immediately on how and when she will be unlocked. I also don't appreciate how nobody on the team called me regarding the news that you'll be censoring news articles. Like I said, at least pretend to care for the next 20 days. Because the Trump White House knows that they don't care about conservatives, but at least pretend to. Matt Taibbi continues. This led to public policy executive Caroline Storm to send out a polite WTF query. Several employees noted that there was tension between the comms and policies team, who had little or less control over the moderation and of the trust and safety team. So you've got the communications teams, the policy team, and then you've got the trust and safety team all at Twitter. Again, why was Elon able to axe 90% of the Twitter staff and still have the product function at double the capacity for the last 6 weeks? It's because they just had teams and teams and teams of people. My company is like this. I work at a big company. We have just teams and teams and teams of people that all do nothing except for like point you to the next team. A lot of big companies are like this, and Twitter was no exception. So Caroline Storm says, "Hi team, are you able to take a closer look here? Thank you." Talking about why was Kayleigh McEnany removed. So Storm's note returned the answer that the laptop story had been removed for violation of the company's hacked materials policy. Oh, we've heard about that one before, haven't we, Dyer?
Yep.
All right, so
Caroline. Was it actually not hacked though?
Oh well, they're gonna get into that here. So that's gonna come back up. So thanks for reaching out to us. Per checking, the user was the user. They're talking about Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary. She's not just a regular user. The user was bounced by Site Integrity for violating our hacked materials policy, adding them here for further insights and guidance. Now, remember, Kayleigh McEnany is tweeting out a link to a New York Post article about what they found on the Hunter Biden laptop that they were given by somebody else who acquired the laptop. So there's there's at least 5, even if you think that the laptop repair person hacked the computer, there's 4 or 5 layers between Kayleigh McEnany retweeting that link and hacking the materials. It's been well understood for a very long time that no matter how the documents were procured, once they are given to a media outlet and the media outlet does reporting on them, the viewing of the media article and the sharing of the media article is not itself a crime. Even when we had leaked documents from Snowden, from the intelligence agencies or the Pentagon Papers or any number of things, once they got to the media, it was not illegal for you, a regular citizen, to read the media article. It would have been illegal for you, the citizen, to go hack those materials out of the NSA yourself. But after Snowden did that for you and then laundered it through the New York Post, or who did that? Was that the Washington Post? Once the Washington Post writes an article for you, you can read that, and it's not illegal for you to read that. Kayleigh McEnany can repost that. She's not the one that hacked the materials. So that's this hacked materials policy is a little.
Well, the guy who originally got the computer legally obtained it. And
we're not going to rehash all that. Everybody knows
it's not
that.
hacked.
We're not going to rehash that part.
But it's also not hacked. Literally,
yes.
not hacked.
Not hacked. All right, so although several sources recalled hearing about a, quote, general warning from federal law enforcement that summer about possible foreign hacks, there's no evidence that I've seen of any government involvement in the laptop story. In fact, that might have been the problem. The decision was made at the highest levels of the company, but without the knowledge of CEO Jack Dorsey, with former head of legal and policy trust Vijaya Gadde playing a key role. Basically, the rest of this, and we'll read through some more of it, but the kind of key story here is that Vijaya Gadde was basically running the show. Jack Dorsey was kind of a figurehead, whether he knew it or not, and Vijaya Gadde was running the whole show and basically doing it with an iron fist at her whim. And you wonder why she was crying the day that Elon's deal went through. And it's probably because, as we'll see here later, Vijaya Gadde, in these internal communications that are internal to Twitter, they're basically conspiring to be in contempt of Congress. Later on, we're going to read a section here where they're talking about what should we tell Jack so that it's plausible deniability, basically, when he goes to talk to Congress, because we don't want Jack to be lying to Congress. And so they're conspiring to tell Jack certain things so that he tells Congress certain things that are, in the end, not true. which is called being in contempt of Congress.
Yes.
Let's see here. So, quote, they just freelanced it is how one former employee characterized the decision. Hacking was the excuse, but within hours, pretty much everyone realized that the excuse wasn't going to hold, but no one had the guts to reverse it. So that's internal Twitter documentation there. So we all said that this obviously does not fall under the hacked materials policy, and Twitter employees said this obviously doesn't fall under our hacked materials policy. It's clear it doesn't. Let's see here. So you can see the confusion in the following lengthy exchange, which ends with Vijaya Gadde and former Trust and Safety Chief Yoel Roth, he's got an interesting past, and comms official Trenton Kennedy write, quote, I'm struggling to understand the policy basis for marking this as unsafe. So Trenton Kennedy, he writes, I am struggling to understand the policy basis for marking this as unsafe, and I think the best explainability argument for this externally would be that we're waiting to understand if the story is a result of hacked materials. We'll face hard questions on this if we don't have some kind of solid reasoning for marking the link unsafe. What's funny, though, is like he would be wrong, but for Elon just purchasing Twitter outright, they would have gotten away with it. And what you see when you're reading through these internal communications is they were really worried that no one's going to believe this. No one's going to believe us on this. What we're doing here is obviously so wrong that anybody will be able to see through it. But the reality is it worked. Nobody cared. They didn't get in trouble for it. And except for Elon coming in and just buying it with an absurd amount of money that was just completely unpredictable that somebody would come in and do that, they would have gotten away with it. And what's scary is that after they go through this process once where they're scared to use their power, then they go through 2 years and they realize, oh, there was no consequences for us using that power. That's going to lead to them wanting to use it again. So had Elon not purchased Twitter, we would have seen things like the Hunter Biden laptop story being just the beginning of what Twitter would have been willing to do to keep Democrats in power.
Yeah, the length that they were really willing to go to control known reality would only have steamrolled and gotten more and more drastic. When you have all the social media companies working in concert, which we saw that they were doing, it wasn't just Twitter. Twitter's one example of a much larger rot. And so if they see there's no consequences to them doing this, and that the rest of the social media platforms are doing the same thing, and the media is supporting them, they only have incentive to increase.
Yep. Let's see here. So here you have Yoel Roth and Vijaya Gadde talking about, okay, so what's going to happen when these links are shared around, and basically it's just going to come up with an unsafe, generically unsafe message that you would see if you were trying to find somebody who tweeted this out. And so, that's the unsafe message that they were using is the same thing that they would use for, like CP or spamware or malware and violations of the Twitter rules. So that was what they had, because they didn't really have any real policy procedures that accounted for the Hunter Biden laptop. So they're just stretching anything that they do have to try to make it work, to try to block and throttle these links down. Former Vice President of Global Communications, Brandon Borman, asks, can we truthfully claim that this is part of the policy? He continues, as part of our approach to addressing potentially hacked materials, we are limiting visibility of related stories on Twitter while an investigation is ongoing. So Twitter is claiming that they're going to basically investigate from scratch the Hunter Biden laptop that the New York Post had been working on for like almost a year, and the FBI had the laptop for like almost 2 years at that point. And I guess somehow Twitter is going to go and do their complete own investigation on their own to decide whether or not they're going to allow this to trend.
And they're not a publisher?
Yeah. Yeah, and like, who are they? Who are they to do the investigation on the laptop?
Whoa.
What expertise do they have in investigating forensic hardware or hard drives? Let's see here. So
for this story, the context of we're talking about Twitter's leadership.
Yes. Obviously, Dyer and I use they differently than
some other
does,
people.
So Get that. So Matt Taibbi continues, to which the former deputy counsel Jim Baker again seems to advise staying the non-course because caution is warranted. So basically, well, what Twitter internally is saying is, well, if we continue throttling it, that's essentially a non-decision. We don't want to come out on the wrong side of this, so we're just going to kind of keep doing what we're doing because, to not do that would be to make a decision. But really, the idea of throttling it was the decision that they had already made.
Yes, and not doing something is continuing to make that decision.
Yes. So let's see here. So from Jim Baker, I support the conclusion that we need more facts to assess whether the materials were hacked. At this stage, however, it is reasonable for us to assume that they may have been and that caution is warranted. There are some facts that indicate the materials that may have been hacked, while others are indicating that the computer was abandoned and the owner consented to allow the repair shop to access it for some purpose. We simply need more information. No, there was no information that it was hacked. There was only information available that Hunter had left it at a laptop repair shop, and that the computer owner, as part of the deal that the laptop repairman showed, is that if you abandon your laptop there for 90 days, it's his and he gets to keep it. That's how that works. Let's see here. A fundamental problem with tech companies and content moderation is, quote, many people in charge of speech know or care little about speech and have to be told the basics by outsiders. So this next section is basically some, text back and forth for Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, who says basically, I really like Joe Biden, but like you guys can't do this. This is a violation of the First Amendment. Like even the hardline leftist Democrats in Congress are like, whoa, that is a really aggressive use of power there. I kind of support it, but I'm also terrified of it. And so these messages go back and forth between Ro Khanna and Vijaya Gadde, which is also interesting that a sitting Democrat in Congress has the phone number of Vijaya Gadde, the effective head of Twitter, and can just text her in the middle of a PR crisis about, what's your thoughts on this? Maybe you should do that.
That paragraph implies that a lot of Republicans tried contacting them, but only one Democrat.
Yes. Let's see here. So Vijaya Gadde kind of just keeps going back and forth. These, they're interesting, but they're not as juicy as some of the other stuff here. Let's see here. So within a day, head of public policy Lauren Kuberstin receives a ghastly letter. There's some editorialization by Matt Taibbi here. That's okay. From Carl Sasbo of the research firm NetChoice, which has already polled 12 members of Congress, 9 Republicans and 3 Democrats from the House Judiciary Committee rep. This is like not a good format because I almost don't even understand what he's saying there. But I don't know. We'll go back to a spot where I can actually understand what they're showing here. Let's see here. I know that there was one part where they talked about basically like lying to Congress. I don't know if I'm able to find that. You can go ahead and opine if you'd like, Dyer.
Okay. I didn't write down any particular notes because we were going off of the Twitter thread. I think that there's a lot of people who are being implicated here. And there's probably a lot more with that's going to be released related not just this scandal with the laptop. There's a lot of other stories that have been silenced as well. A lot of people whose business have been destroyed. I think that one of the guys I work with, don't rub us talk politics at work, but he asked me, Sergeant so-and-so, what do you think about Elon buying Twitter? And I told him, I'm not going to get in great detail with you right now. You don't want to get me ranting, but it's a good thing. I think that a lot of people are going to be held accountable. A lot of precedent will be set in court, and that will be used to affect change on the other platforms.
Yeah. Alrighty, I can't find that one spot, but that's okay. We'll just jump off to our next part of this story here, which comes to us from the Daily Wire. Top FBI lawyer turned Twitter counsel supported decision to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story. That's interesting. So a guy who used to be a lawyer for the FBI, and he's not just any lawyer for the FBI. We'll get into that in a second here. So you were a lawyer for the FBI, and then all of a sudden, just magically, probably a total coincidence, you become a lawyer for Twitter. Not just any, but like the lead counsel.
It's kind of like staying in the same area, because like you could say that Twitter has been one gigantic psyop, and what the FBI have been doing, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Staying in the same business, basically.
Basically. So months after becoming Twitter's deputy general counsel, former top FBI lawyer James Baker appeared to support the social media site's move to suppress the New York Post report on the Hunter Biden laptop in the run up to the 2020 presidential election, according to a string of messages published Friday evening by journalist Matt Taibbi. Okay, so this is interesting because he was only Twitter counsel for a few months, which means that he was at the FBI a few months before that. Well, the FBI had the Hunter Biden laptop for like a year and a half before the story ever broke, so he was probably somewhat aware of the laptop's validity, and then he's at Twitter advising in a legal capacity that, yeah, we should suppress this because it's hacked, when he probably has specific knowledge to the contrary.
Yep.
Let's see here. So he writes, this was James Baker. This is one of the released internal documents. So James Baker says, I support the conclusion that we need more facts to assess whether materials were hacked. At this stage, however, it is reasonable for us to assume that they have been and that caution is warranted. Baker wrote during a discussion among top Twitter officials about the decision to limit the reach of the story under the site's, quote, hacked materials policy, which we already read through these, so we'll skip down here because I want to go into who this James Baker is. No timestamp was given for this particular message, but it appears to have been sent soon after Twitter internally clamped down on users' ability to share the post's story about the laptop. According to Taibbi, the decision to crack down on the reporting was, quote, made at the highest levels of the company, but without knowledge of CEO Jack Dorsey, with former head of legal policy and trust, Vijaya Gadde, playing a key role. The journalist also described Baker as the former deputy general counsel at Twitter, although Baker's own Twitter biography still states that he holds the role. I believe he's been fired, though. The New York Post said it obtained a copy of the laptop's hard drive from Rudy Giuliani after Trump's ally Steve Bannon notified the publication of the laptop's existence. The laptop had been seemingly abandoned at a repair shop in Delaware, which we know. Baker served as general counsel at the FBI from 2014 to December of 2017, when he was reassigned by FBI Director Christopher Wray, according to the Washington Post. Baker became under criminal investigation. So while he's a lawyer for the FBI, he's coming under criminal investigation in 2017 over allegations that he made unauthorized leaks to the media. But the probe ended the same year with no charges. Baker also came under fire for his role in securing the FISA warrant against one-time Trump campaign aide Carter Page, a process marred by the Bureau's reliance on the British former intelligence officer Christopher Steele's now disgraced anti-Trump dossier. Dyer, do you remember how the FBI was able to get a FISA warrant on Carter Page? Do you remember like the specific tweak that they made to the emails?
Yes, they said that Carter Page was not an asset of the FBI.
No, of the CIA.
Sorry, of the CIA. So when they asked the CIA about Carter Page, the response back from the CIA was, "Yeah, he's a known asset."
And then somehow a copy paste of that email. You know how this happens, Dyer. There's like cosmic rays. They just strike your computer. There's a little bit of a bit flip, and then all of a sudden, an email that says, "Yes, Carter Page is a CIA asset. Please leave him alone," suddenly becomes, "No, Carter Page is not a CIA asset. He's probably working for the Russians." All of a sudden, so this Baker guy, he helped write the FISA warrant based on not wrong, but completely
Forged.
fabricated,
Yep.
forged information about Carter Page, who, by all accounts, is an American patriot, using his business prowess to basically spy for us abroad on foreign business dealings, which is great. I would assume. I there's no reason.
I mean, that's been destroyed now.
Oh yeah, for real. Yeah. So the FBI just totally
the FBI
ripped
burned
out.
an asset.
Imagine
Destroyed this guy's life.
Imagine, Dyer. Imagine for a second if we had more human intelligence sources connected to Russia in the last 4 years, leading up to a certain event.
It might have been helpful.
Hmm.
So yeah.
So this Baker guy, he leaks. Now the Trump White House was super freaking leaky. So he's one of the leakers. He's under criminal investigation for leaking and then somehow gets out of it. He's also part of the group that helped forge and fabricate the Trump-Russiagate collusion hoax. He helped specifically hoax it by underwriting the Carter Page hoax, that Carter Page was a Russian asset when he was really a CIA asset. And then after all of that, he ends up becoming Twitter's head lawyer, and then decides, you know what, I think it's in our best interests to suppress a story about the guy who's running against Trump.
Yeah, he was one of the key actors in perpetrating this gigantic hoax against the American people and trying to subvert democracy, undo the vote of the people, trying to remove Trump from office, and was willing to destroy the lives of multiple people by using government power against them and forging documents. He's committed so many crimes in this one paragraph you've described, and then it goes on to totally not get assigned to Twitter, but totally just made a career choice, a career change to move to Twitter, where he continues to try to subvert democracy by keeping the truth from the American people. I mean, he's kind of in the same job as he was before.
Now, there's been a lot of questions. How on earth did Twitter stay as a company? I mean, obviously it provides a useful service, but it's not monetizing that service very well.
It was losing millions of dollars a month.
Yes. Like when Elon took over, like the books for Twitter seemingly showed that it had like months to years at most, maybe a year at most, because they were burning through cash at such an absurd rate. And that was before all of the advertisers jumped ship, which certainly didn't help. But even before then, everybody knew Twitter did not make any money. They had something like a 130 to 1 in their earnings to stock price ratio, which is just like way out of whack. Like it's insane. And so Twitter's one of these companies where they have no obvious mechanism for making money, yet they continue to grow and exist. And so one of my theories, at least, I know some other people have said this too, but one of my theories too is I think that they were basically a front company. I mean, maybe, yeah, I think Jack Dorsey had a real thing that he wanted to do at one point, and that Twitter was a legitimate private company at one point. But clearly over the years, it simply became a front organization for the FBI, probably other intelligence state actors, and possibly even just the Democrat Party. And the reason why they're able to just maintain their business model without seemingly being able to make money is because they're just being propped up as a front company for the FBI at least, and maybe other agencies at most. And we see that we start to see glimpses of that that sounds kind of crazy, Fox, but you have FBI agents that were directly involved in fabricating the Trump Russiagate hoax suddenly becoming directly involved, directly working for Twitter. You've got Twitter directly taking orders, tweet by tweet by tweet, from the Democrat Party. I mean, there is something there. There was until Elon bought it. There was something there where there was a very, very close linkage, to the point where it wasn't just a close linkage. It may have just been one and the same, where Twitter was potentially just an arm of the FBI. And you have, the FBI sending in, their best boy who would, undersign a forged FISA warrant. Well, he got a little bit too much heat on him from Congress and the oversight committees. So, you go work and you go monitor our asset, Twitter. You go make sure they're staying in line. You make sure that Twitter does our bidding by being one of their top lawyers. And you just go hang out over there until the heat kind of clears off of you, and then you can come back to the FBI and work over here for us again. But yeah, they're just exchanging not just communication, but they're exchanging personnel. There's actual FBI agents working at Twitter. I mean, that's something.
Hypothetically, they've been removed now.
Yes.
Thankfully.
All right. So basically, Twitter was the communications arm of the FBI and the deep state. What about our next story here was another company that was seemingly the financial arm of the Democrat Party.
Another hoax.
Oh no, another stand-up tin pot company just sitting there as a front company to launder money and influence. That's weird. So FTX. Do you have anything else to say on the Twitter thing, Dyer?
No, we covered it.
Alrighty. I guess good luck, Elon, and the story is far from over because, like I said, tonight they'll be releasing more Twitter files and probably more and more after that. So I'm sure we'll
look forward to it.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of content for weeks to come off of that. All right, so FTX. Dyer, do you know what FTX stands for?
No.
No one else does either. So if you are into crypto, you may have noticed a few weeks ago that your portfolio is down even more than usual. It's been a real rough year for crypto bros, and over the past few weeks, we may have found out why.
Yes, to make this as simple as possible, we're going to be as vague and general as possible. That's why I'm reading this section, while hitting the important bits. We are not a financial channel. We are not a crypto channel, but there are those who are, and we encourage that you go seek more information from them if you want to hear more deeper details on the situation.
Yeah, I'd love to spend probably 8 or 10 hours going over this bit by bit by bit.
We don't have time.
We don't have time. Dyer has, he's got husbandly duties to perform, so we gotta get this thing going on the road. All right, so FTX, they are a crypto. They were a crypto trading platform, like a stock.
But so much more,
and so much more, and so much less, as it turns out. Like a stockbroker, but for your crypto. While the story starts a little bit earlier this year, the FTX story really came to a head on November 8th. Just last month, which coincidentally was election day, very, very coincidentally. On that day, FTX realized that it had a liquidity issue, but some people were speculating that it was actually a solvency issue. The difference between a liquidity and a solvency issue is that with a liquidity issue, you do have the money, it's just not in the places where you need it to be at the current
physical
moment.
Capital, right?
Yeah. Well, no, it might even just be accounts. So maybe you've got, for instance, if you had to pay a big medical expense, you could remortgage your house, but you've got the money. It's going to take you a little while to get that mortgage
because it was in a physical asset.
Yeah, so you've got to do something, or you need to sell your car or something like that. You've got the money technically. It's just not in a format or in a location that you need it to be at the present moment. So a liquidity issue is frustrating, but it's a solvable issue. It will resolve itself over time as you liquefy those assets. A solvency issue is where you've got more liabilities than you do assets, and no, you don't have the money anywhere. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. You just simply don't have the money. You don't have any more to pull out of your house. You don't have another car to sell. You just have debt. There's no way to pay off that debt because it doesn't matter where the money's at. So it makes a big deal whether or not FTX was insolvent or just merely illiquid. Big difference. Now, FTX said that they were illiquid, but, spoiler alert, that turned out to not be true. So if it was a solvency issue, let's see here. Okay, so, yeah, you can go ahead.
Anyway, so I was waiting for opening. So with $32 billion under management, the FTX crisis spilled into the rest of the crypto markets and was causing everyone's problems. kind of causing everyone problems. Kind of like the collapse of Enron or the Lehman Brothers in the 2000s. Even if you don't hold their stock, their collapse caused downward pressure on the entire market.
Yeah, so it caused FTX having issues, caused everybody issues. By Friday, after the election, by that Friday, it was determined that FTX was not just illiquid, they were actually insolvent. With more liabilities than they had assets, FTX declared bankruptcy. Simple as.
But what is not so simple is just how big of a gap there was between their assets and liabilities. During the following week, it was estimated that the shortfall was over $8 billion. But, almost if they hadn't given money away to the Democrats, they would have covered it. But as more time passed, under the number has risen to over 10 billion, with potentially more on the way.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's like $9.999 billion more dollars than I got. I don't know about you, Dyer. All right, the interim actually it's probably about I think 10 billion is about 10.1 billion more dollars than I've got.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see here. So the interim CEO that was chosen to pilot FTX.
Nazi fags. Ooh.
How dare you?
Juicy nigga.
Why would you do that?
About $2 trillion just magically vanished from the Pentagon books. I wonder if some of that money was used to prop up Twitter and the tweeps, and subvert the American people.
Yeah, that could be an interesting place where some of those black book funds go.
Yeah.
That would be, you could be onto something there. And by, I do know that story that you're talking about, and we might talk about that next week, but by about $2 trillion, it's actually on the other side of $2 trillion. It's about $2 trillion because it was $2.2 trillion. So it was almost $2 trillion just on the other side of it. But yes, Dyer, do you know where do you know where that money went? You work for the Pentagon, don't you?
I know some places the money went.
I think you know a lot of places where it didn't go.
Right. I did go into paying us. If that's what you're asking.
As you sit in your house freezing to death.
I have an electrical heater between my legs. Just trying to not die.
Just you're eating MREs, just freezing to death.
God damn. Well, the stores here are lacking things to eat.
Yes. I was shocked. I know this isn't a story about inflation, but I was shocked. Post-election, the price of egg has gone through the roof. Egg is $2.50 now. I don't understand.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to get egg?
And this would also be somehow the Democrats were able to, by quite a lot, outspend Republicans in the elections. Huh?
That is strange how they were able to do that. Maybe some more of the story will explain that.
And companies like not only Twitter, but Twitter is a good example of one that's been running red for a long time on their budget and still surviving, still working for the Democrats.
Yeah. And thank you very much for that donation there, Triumvirate. Much appreciated. All right, so. Back to FTX. So they declare bankruptcy, and their CEO, their old CEO, who we will talk about here in a second, he steps down, and FTX is given an interim CEO to pilot FTX through its bankruptcy proceedings. It's a very standard thing to do when a company declares bankruptcy, is you give it a new CEO who specializes in handling bankruptcies to try to pilot the company through the crisis. This interim CEO is named John Ray. John Ray has some experience in the field. He was the guy who took over as CEO for Enron back during their bankruptcy proceedings. After taking over FTX, John Ray writes this in the preamble of one of their court filings. Quote, "Never in my career," again, he's the guy who took over for Enron. Just in case I haven't driven that home, Enron had something like a couple $2 billion of liabilities of expenses. They had billions of dollars of expenses that they put on their books as assets. So they had I think it was telecommunications lines. They were paying $10 billion a year to service these lines, and they put it on their books that it was $10 billion in assets. That's what Enron was doing.
It's just a typo.
Yeah, it's it's just like, oh, well, just turn that frown upside down, turn that negative into a positive. And
Can I make my debts also income for me? I'd love to do that.
Exactly. So that's what Enron was doing, and this guy took over for Enron and saw that he tried to unravel what they were doing, and so his career is well, it's nothing to sneeze at. So John writes in the preamble to one of his court filings after he takes over for FTX, quote, "Never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information as has occurred here. From compromised systems integrity and faulty regulatory oversight board abroad to the concentration of control in the hands of a very small group of inexperienced, unsophisticated, and potentially compromised individuals, this situation is unprecedented."
That means a lot coming from him. Yes. Now, the legacy media and the deep state establishment would prefer if you saw this story as a crypto story. And it partially is. The corruption isn't because of crypto, though. And this is not an example of how all crypto is. But there is a second story here, and it becomes rather obvious once you start taking a look at who the major players are.
All right. So first up is Sam Bankman-Fried. Sometimes he's referred to as SBF because for some reason in the 2020s, we really like to give people 3-letter acronyms. It's just, I don't know why. But we're just going to call him Sam.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah,
It's also 3 letters. It's convenient.
It is also 3 letters. We could call him SAM. How about that? So who is SAM? Well, this both recently and horrible. So this video is both recent and also horribly out of date. It goes a long way to explaining who exactly Sam is.
Okay, the guy you see next to me is the most generous billionaire in the world, and I found him.
Hi, my name is Sam, and this is my story.
Sam has crazy hair. Sam is vegan. Sam sleeps 5 hours a night.
So, just a quick interjection here. One of the most devastating parts of the story is that it was discovered that Sam's actually not vegan. He was lying about being a vegan.
Nothing in this video is true, but I think it's also not true that he's the most generous billionaire. He's given away a lot of money to Democrat causes, but they weren't to charities that were helping people.
Well, I mean, donating to Democrat causes, I mean, presumably that's helping people, right?
No. Oh. And even if you were to calculate the money he gave Democrats for political gains as being charity, he still has given far less than other billionaires who've been on the scene for a lot longer.
So, all right, let's continue on with this.
Sam lives in the Bahamas with 10 roommates. Sam is 29 years old only, but Sam has $22 billion.
Update, Sam now has
Zero.
not $22 billion.
He might have a 5 in his pocket.
Yeah, he thinks he's got $100,000 in a bank account somewhere, but I'm going to guess that that's probably locked right now.
Yeah, he was in the Bahamas to try to protect his money from being regulated and taxed.
Correct.
And he wants to donate all of it to charity. But why?
Well, for many reasons.
Alrighty, we're going to skip forward here. This video, as fascinating as it is. Would it surprise you, Dyer, that there's some fluff in this video?
No, it does not surprise me because I've seen the entire thing.
Okay. We're going to skip forward to this part here.
But Sam is not a traditional billionaire because he believes in the concept of earn to give, which means his goal as a human is to make as much money as possible just to give it away. Earn to give. And that's exactly.
Okay, so what's actually really funny here is that this girl in the corner here is his girlfriend that was running Alameda Capital, which we'll get more into the story here in a second here, but the crux of the issue is that FTX was giving money that FTX didn't have the right to give to Alameda that was being run by his girlfriend. So it's kind of interesting foreshadowing here that Sam's just giving his girlfriend $100 bill when the crux of the issue is that FTX, the company Sam was running, just gave money that didn't belong to FTX to Alameda that was being run by his girlfriend.
Yeah, that $22 billion he theoretically had was actually money that belongs to people's accounts that he stole.
Yeah. So earn to give. So that's who Sam is. He's an earn to give guy. Very, very altruistic here.
And that's exactly what he's doing.
So let's say that you have $100 and you want to figure out what you can do with it to help the world. Earning to give is thinking about which causes, which charities save the most lives per dollar. This $100 can go as far as it possibly can to help the world.
Last year, this 29-year-old guy donated $50 million. Next year, he's planning to donate $500 million a year. And next decade, he will probably give away more than 10
billion. Update. The next decade, he'll be giving away $0. $0. And update. Next year, he'll be giving away $0.
I love the fact that they're trying to give him credit for something he says he might do in the future. If I tell you, Fox, that I'm going to give $10 million to charity in 5 years, do I get credit for that?
Yes. I mean,
am I a generous person because I said, hey, I'm going to give money I don't have?
No, you'd actually be more generous if you said in a year I will give away $10 billion that I stole from somebody else. That makes you even more generous.
That would be what he did, or
yes.
was suggesting he was going to do. Yeah. Sorry, he didn't actually do it.
$10 billion.
The amount of good that you can do for the future of the world is really large, and it's way more than you can do to actually make yourself happy.
Alrighty, so that's Sam. What do you think, Dyer? You ready to give this guy all your money?
He does not inspire confidence. I would never invest in a company with that person.
Take my money.
No.
Well, he's going to take it anyways. You can either do it he's going to take your money, Dyer. It's either willingly or unwillingly. You get to choose.
Well, I did not invest in any company that was working with FTX, so I did not have my accounts affected, thankfully.
Yes, thankfully.
Yeah. Anyways, so to earn to give sounds like a real swell guy, but just where did the money go? Well, several hundred million went to the Democrats in 2020 midterm races. 40 million can be traced directly by open secrets right into the DNC coffers. And deeper research over the past few weeks has found that around 100 million has been funneled into the DNC super PACs. There have also been some claims that he was also funding Republicans to a similar tune, and investigations into that has revealed donations to Mitch McConnell's PAC funds that 9 million. So which spent $9 million on attack ads against Republican MAGA candidates in Alaska, and that Mitch didn't like. So he did fund, to the tune of $9 million, a Republican's efforts to attack another not elitist MAGA candidate.
At least Mitch McConnell, I mean, he's kind of like the best of the best as far as conservatives go, right? I mean, like
actually, he's one of the worst. He worked against Trump. He worked against conservative members of Congress, actual conservatives, because he calls himself Republican, but he is not conservative. He's actually been working with the Democrats against the Republican platform, and he needs to get out. He has been consistently spent hundreds of millions of dollars on Democrats and $9 million on Republicans just to attack other Republicans. Another Republican PAC that Sam sent money to spent money on attack ads against Blake Masters in Arizona. So real Republicans there that he did. Those were not real Republicans he donated to.
Yeah. Blake Masters, he lost by a squeaker, unfortunately, and he probably would have been a pretty good candidate. Alrighty, so, that was supposed to be sarcastic, and I didn't really realize you were going to be reading that part, so I just, sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
Do better, Dyer. I'll do better by asking you to do better. All right, so it wasn't just the elected politicians that Sam was buying off. FTX was making similar massive donations directly to for-profit media organizations. What purpose is there in donating money to a for-profit media organization?
It's another in-kind donation to Democrats because he knows that those media organizations are working for the Democrat Party. So giving money to them allows them to spend more money on the Democrat narrative.
So this list of for-profit media organizations that he's donating money to includes The Intercept, Vox, ProPublica, and freelancers for the New York Times. I mean, so we were just talking about, like, how the hell does Twitter keep its doors open for so many years when it's running red? Well, all of these other media organizations are running red too. I mean, was the Washington Post that Bezos had to just buy out directly and has never made a penny, and somehow they just get to keep their doors open. How? Well, it's this magic money flowing in from Sam Bankman-Fried, apparently, that's helping keep their doors open so that they can continue spewing leftist propaganda. All right. Yep. So all of this money that he's donating to for-profit media organizations, that might explain why he's getting such rosy coverage. And oh boy, has the coverage the last few weeks been absolutely glowing after he made $34 billion of retail investor funds just disappear overnight.
So this political donation pattern probably explains why FTX was being boosted by the World Economic Forum. They keep coming up, don't they?
They do.
Then you will...
Hold on a second. They are the...
Thank you. They are the ones you will... what the fuck?
All right, so the World Economic Forum, they are the you will own nothing and you will be happy people. Though
fucking hell,
they thought that everything that Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX stood for were good things, if that tells you anything. So the people who want you to eat the boogs and own nothing and be happy and live in the pod, they think that Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX are just like two thumbs up.
Yeah, those are the people who are actively trying to depopulate and destroy the world and break down the difference between countries, trying to make a one world government. So this is an evil dystopian organization, and they love FTX and they love Sam.
Yes.
So,
let's see here. So, Sam Bankman-Fried was not just funding the DNC and uniparty candidates like Mitch McConnell. He was actively participating in U.S. politics. Through his political connections, Sam was working hard on new crypto regulation bills that should have probably seen the House floor sometime early next year. Who knows where those bills will go now, but let's take a look at what those bills actually did. Well, it was rather simple. The bills that Sam and FTX were writing basically would have outlawed all other crypto exchanges except for FTX. And they also would have outlawed all other coins that FTX did not directly control. Now, I'm summarizing here, but feel free to do your own research because it's all essentially true. FTX basically created copycat versions of coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, and even Dogecoin. The slight difference in their copycat versions being that FTX had full centralized control over each of these coins, unlike their decentralized counterparts. This legislation would have made Sam the king of crypto overnight, essentially outlawing all competition and outlawing all financial instruments that weren't under his direct control.
And completely defeating the purpose of crypto and what it's meant for. Because his type of crypto wasn't getting the benefits of a decentralized crypto organization, right?
Correct. Yeah, so
System.
like you can't turn off Bitcoin. You'd have to get rid of the entire internet. You'd have to shut down power globally because somebody will always be running a Bitcoin node. If you wanted to shut down FTX's version of Bitcoin, well, or if let's say FTX didn't like you, they could just shut down your account.
Well, there's a reason for why the Democrats were also, in addition to them, this being their darling that was donating to them. There's a reason why the Democrat elites supported this version of a coin. See, what they don't like the idea of crypto because it can take away the ability of the government to control you by limiting your ability to pay for things, locking you out of bank accounts, controlling your access to currency. They don't like that, but they do like the idea of having a currency they control that is digital, because they can then generate and remove currency and use that ability to lock you out of finances as a punishment for not following the correct narrative. They're okay with a crypto that they control. So I think that's a large part of why they were pushing for FTX so hard, and how they would like something like FTX to have been successful. In addition to the fact that FTX was just a money laundering scheme for them, I think that it is a test case for the type of currency they want to create through this legislation that's controlled by the government, not by a private person.
Yeah, and just to also make it real clear, I think the consensus is right now in the crypto universe is that FTX wasn't supposed to collapse. Whatever happened was an accident. It was clear that FTX was meant to be kind of a long-term partner with the deep state, the Democrats, and whatever this new crypto regime that they were planning was going to be. That was, and be a continued funding mechanism for Democrats and the media and just leftist causes in general. So whatever happened to FTX, which we'll get into, that was clearly an accident, though it's a direct result of what they were doing.
It was one of Sam's competitors who...
well, we'll get into it. It wasn't really one of his competitors that did it. I mean, I don't know. If you if you did something to massively harm yourself, and then I noticed it, did I cause that to happen to you?
Well, no, but he did bring it to light what they were doing and how they were being irresponsible or rather corrupt with the money. And then the natural thing of people, when they hear about that, pulling their money out, what did it?
Yeah,
finally started the process rather.
So so Sam is working directly with legislators. He's trying to write legislation that would have basically made Sam king of crypto overnight, and all of his competitors would have been felons overnight. That's a pretty good deal for the cost of a few $100 million in political donations, don't you think? I mean, becoming king of an entire financial industry just overnight. I mean, that's $100 million is pretty cheap, especially considering that he stole it.
Yeah, it wasn't even his money. But Sam wanted more. Since the beginning of the year, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has caused an awful lot of money to move around, mostly from the pockets of the U.S. taxpayer to the pockets of oligarchs in Ukraine and the military-industrial complex, but not into the companies that make the stuff, not the actual soldiers. But some of the money found its way to Sam as well. Long story short, until last month, FTX was managing quite a lot of Ukraine's money in the form of crypto donations, and Ukraine decided to repay him by investing back into FTX. So Zelensky is telling Congress he needs money for his citizens so that they won't die. At the same time, they're making massive investment into a crypto company that actually is giving money to the Democrats. Don't worry, it will all make sense in a bit.
Yes. So managing the assets of the U.S.'s newest war toy, being the poster boy for the World Economic Forum, and getting traction on legislation that would make him the emperor of crypto overnight, how did some Adderall head from SoCal manage to do all that before he was 30? Well, it wasn't quite an accident when you find out who he's connected to.
Yeah, Sam's dad, among other things, is an economic advisor for Elizabeth Warren, who is totally a Native American.
Yes.
So Sam's mom, which doesn't mean she isn't drunk, it's just in addition to her, So Sam's mom runs a DNC nonprofit for organizations that get out the vote campaigns. They do get out the vote campaigns. I think we can all read between the lines on that one.
Yeah, what does it mean when Democrats get out to vote?
Digging up dead people and registering people who are not real citizens.
Is what Dyer would say if he wanted us to get kicked off of YouTube.
And in Minecraft, and also busing people from different polls to vote more than once. That definitely doesn't happen in New York. So we're not suggesting that get out the vote on the Democrats is ballot harvesting and
except for where it's legal to ballot harvest.
Except for where it's legal. Well, we're not suggesting they're doing illegal things to bolster Democrat votes. I'm just saying
they're fortifying them.
They're fortifying elections.
Like
That's
your
what
cereal.
It is. Yes, with vitamins and minerals.
Mm-hmm.
So Sam was having regular meetings over the past year with Gary Gensler, the chair of the SEC. The same SEC that would have been overseeing and regulating FTX activities, as well as their, dead competition. Sam's girlfriend is the daughter of Gary Gensler's best friend and former boss. And the connections don't stop there, but it goes a long way towards explaining how Sam was able to do any of this from the start.
I forgot to put in here, but I'm remembering it now, is Sam's brother, and I don't know what his brother's name is, but other Sam 2. Sam's brother actually also was running a nonprofit that was doing research into COVID during the last 2 years. They received a grant of $30 million from Fauci's NIH. And guess what one of the research papers that they published said didn't work? Ivermectin. So you've got Sam Bankman-Fried doing all of this, all these donations to all these different people. And then his brother somehow magically, without really any biology experience at all, somehow finds himself running an organization that's doing research into COVID therapeutics, and the only research paper that they publish says ivermectin doesn't work. And it was broad consensus from the scientific community that the paper that they published was complete crap. They did not publish how they did their studies, what their testing methodology was, what their raw data was, so you could see see if you could reverse engineer the numbers that they got. They just posted basically propaganda and said, trust us, we got $30 million from Dr. Fauci.
So the components that were missing from the quote-unquote study were to the point that you could no longer call it a study. It would be more of an opinion essay.
You've also
reminds me.
What's that?
This all reminds me vaguely of the French monarchy, by the way. I don't know if you remember, but the Habsburgs were the inbred monarchy in France that would take all their family members and put them in charge of different basically, their family controlled all the land. They had all their lords were family members directly from the Habsburg, trying to control power. And so you had people who had no particularly ability at leading anything, no experience. A lot of them were inbred retards, and they were in charge of things. And this guy kind of reminds me of the incestuous relationship of the elites. What it breeds is we have complete idiots being put in charge of important things that have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, I would say, jumping back to that quote from John Ray, calling them a group of inexperienced, unsophisticated, and potentially compromised individuals. I would say calling somebody unsophisticated, coming from a guy like John Ray, that's pretty peak insult right there, and I would say it's correct. But yeah, so you've got let's just run back through the lottery list again. So you've got hundreds of millions going to Democrats in 2022 for their midterm bolstering. You've got tens of millions going to Republicans that are in name only fighting against other Republicans. Probably the reason why we had the red trickle instead of the red wave. And then you've got donations to these failing for-profit media organizations so they can continue pumping out leftist propaganda. And then you've got soaking up money from the NHS during COVID to continue pushing out propaganda that goes against the narrative that we need to be spending hundreds of billions of dollars on these Pfizer vaccines, and getting rid of the idea that we could be using this 5 cents a dose ivermectin treatment that Trump happened to mention one time, that Trump only mentioned because I think it was Engadget was talking about, this looks like it's a really good treatment. And Trump goes, I saw his media report the other day that said this could be a good treatment. Maybe we should look into it. And so who's looking into it? Because Trump said it, well, it's got to be bad. And so they're now using FTX associated people to then launder information that, oh, it's actually really bad. Trust the science, even though the science is really bad. I mean, and then you also have the Ukrainian connection. I mean, geez. So we had, do you remember the timeline of Joe Biden announcing his candidacy in 2019 and then also Trump calling Zelensky and the date range between the call to Zelensky and when Joe Biden announced,
it was like a day difference.
Yeah, it was about 3 days. It was 3 days. So Trump calls Zelensky. 3 days after, Biden declares that he's running for presidency. Guess what company was founded 9 days after that?
FTX.
FTX was founded 9 days after that. So it's all it's pretty connected. We'd love to keep going through there, but fortunately we do have to move on from that. But yeah, it's this was gonna be one of the, not the sole, this wasn't gonna be the only, but it was gonna be a very big lever of power for the left into the future. And so FTX blowing up like it did last month was definitely an accident. And even if your crypto portfolio is hurting a little bit right now, it's actually a really good thing that this happened, because it got a really bad actor out of
it was a Trojan horse that was going to take
spaces.
over and destroy crypto.
Well, not just destroy crypto, it was going to be the funding mechanism for destroying the rest of like society. So yeah, it's it's
a related thing. They want to destroy crypto so they have the ability to destroy society.
Yes. I guess disclosure, I have some coins and some cryptos and maybe some dog coins. Alrighty, so buy Dire Coin. Don't buy
Dire Coin?
Yeah,
is that a thing?
Yes, you can buy Dire Coins by submitting a super chat. Or no, not a super chat, what's the Streamlabs? Yeah, or what's the how do you, what's the thing called to submit a chat? Triumvirate. How do you submit chats? We don't remember anymore.
I don't know, but
Okay.
we on Direwolf Media do not suggest that giving money to Direwolf Media is a sound investment.
Well, if you want return by laughing at Dire, if that's of monetary value to you, then I would say that your investment is very good, very well spent.
You love me struggling to read poorly written paragraphs. This is the
It's
show
not
for
poorly
you.
written. It's
It
well
was missing
written. I
4
just wrote it
words.
very quickly. I wrote it very quickly, Dire.
It was missing 4 words.
Well, hire somebody better then.
Okay.
Oh, you can't because we don't have any investments. Alrighty. So, okay. So we went through some of the connections. So we went through what FTX was doing. We went through how FTX was able to do some of those things. But why did it stop? What happened? How did FTX blow up the way it did? What were they doing? Well, in simplest terms, FTX was committing fraud. A lot of it. Like billions of dollars of fraud. The way FTX was supposed to work is that users like you or me would send FTX our fiat currency and buy, say, a Bitcoin. FTX would then buy or allocate a Bitcoin on our behalf and keep it in an account that was safe. So if we bought a Bitcoin, they were supposed to have a Bitcoin on account somewhere that was allocated to us, even if it wasn't necessarily like in a wallet that you controlled. That's how the exchange worked. It wasn't supposed to be that you buy a Bitcoin and then FTX says that you bought a Bitcoin, but FTX doesn't actually have any Bitcoins in their vault, which is actually what happened.
Yikes.
But what really happened is that FTX never had any Bitcoin in their account. You sent them your money. They sent you some numbers on a screen that didn't exist. That was the fraud, is basically every time you bought stuff on FTX, it didn't really exist. It wasn't actually being purchased on your behalf. Now, what they would do, let's say you bought a Bitcoin and then you wanted to withdraw that Bitcoin to like a cold storage wallet. Some of you might not even know what I'm talking about, but let's say you do. What they would do is at the moment that you withdrew it, FTX would buy a Bitcoin on the open market so that they had something to send to you. But until you withdrew it, FTX did not have any of the Bitcoins. So they basically had 0 Bitcoins on account at all times. And when you tried to withdraw it, they would then buy them for you really quickly so that you wouldn't notice that they weren't actually keeping them. And their hope was, like a bank, that not everybody would want their crypto all at the same time. And they were doing this with not just Bitcoin, but like thousands of other kinds of coins all over the place. I think at the one of the last metrics that came out of FTX as it was collapsing was that their accounts had negative like 200 Bitcoin in it, which spoiler alert is not supposed to be possible. You can't actually have negative Bitcoins. That's not how Bitcoin works. Let's see here. So that's fraud. They were also doing some other things that were a little bit more complicated that involved like full-on counterfeiting of coins, which we might get into a little bit, but not too much because it's a little bit too complicated. Like we said at the beginning, we recommend that you go find other crypto channels that are kind of dedicated to like talking about these sorts of things, and they've done some really good coverage. I can recommend BitBoy Crypto has been doing a really great job of trying to track all this stuff down, and they were really early on this story several months before FTX actually collapsed. They were warning, hey, all this stuff's about to melt down. So they've been doing a really good job of trying to track this down if you're looking for alternative content.
So when I saw the more cursory look at the story earlier, I had the feeling that since they're trying to make their own crypto and they weren't actually holding any real crypto, that they had intended, if they were given enough time, to start giving people the crypto that they had created, which would have cost them nothing. You think that's possibly what they're planning on doing?
Well, so you can't on most networks. So like Bitcoin, if you fabricate a Bitcoin, you can fabricate a Bitcoin within the FTX ecosystem because you're getting onto it from an FTX app. So you're just looking at the app and the app's just feeding you junk data. But you could never actually send a fake Bitcoin anywhere. That's the whole point of the Bitcoin network, is that they're unfungible transactions. You can't send fake Bitcoins to people. That's the whole point of the network. So a lot of the other cryptocurrencies, like that's kind of the point of them, is that you can't send fake coins. Now there's some of the shit coins like Dogecoin and Sheeb and SafeMoon and stuff like that, where the owner of the network actually can at will create new coins and then send them as if they were real. And that's why some of those coins have given crypto a bad name, is because they're designed to basically be pump and dump stocks. Whereas something like a Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Cardano, they've got the proper cryptography security measures inside of them. They grow their coins at a predictable rate. You don't have any one centralized person that can just create new coins and then send them into the network. Now,
but that's what their coins would have been.
Yes, FTX created tokens would have been FTX had the ability to generate new tokens at will and just flood them into the market whenever they felt like it. Or they could flood them back out whenever they wanted.
So if they had got the regulation they wanted and all their coins that weren't their coins were kaput, then they would have been able to give people the coins that would have cost them nothing to produce, and they would have had all the investment. That's what I was trying to get at. It sounds like that was the direction they were going.
Yeah, so they would have had all the investment, which would have been good, but would have been better is they would have had complete control over the crypto industry.
Exactly.
Which is very valid. I mean, it would have essentially become like the Federal Reserve of crypto at that point, where the Federal Reserve basically lords over all US dollar denominated.
It probably would have been regulated like the Federal Reserve as well.
Probably would have been. So the FTX probably, if FTX didn't blow up last month and you run the timeline forward, maybe 20 years, I think FTX becomes a crypto version of the Federal Reserve.
I think this grand plan that they've been working on for a while doesn't go away. I think obviously the FTX is dead, but I think they're going to try to attempt it again because it's still pretty crucial to their future goals.
Yes, and so that's where you're seeing stories from the last couple of weeks. They're doing some experiments with what's called a CBDC, a central bank digital currency. So you've got a bunch of major international banks that have been doing, they started an experiment a few weeks ago, and it's going to go on for, I think, 10 weeks. And they're doing some experiments to see how it works to settle their interbank transfers, settling those on a cryptography network. Something that's not Bitcoin, but something that's akin to Bitcoin, settling them between themselves and seeing how well that works for them and seeing what the issues are. And then once they're done with the experiment, they're going to use that data that they gathered to, try to iron out some of the kinks. And the idea would be that you would have a US dollar coin that's, it's stable to the price of $1, but it's just also able to be transferred on a cryptography network. And so they are working on that. I think FTX was meant to be kind of the, the more easy to swallow version of that, where people will be like, oh, well, it's FTX, and Sam Bankman-Fried's a really good guy, so like, we trust him. And they could have laundered the same mechanics into the population, but we wouldn't have noticed, or we wouldn't have been as upset about it, because like, well, of course FTX is a private company, just like Twitter having censorship. Well, it's a private company, they're allowed to do that. Well, FTX having a central bank digital currency, well, it's okay, they're a private company. It'd be different if the government was doing it. But what they're going to end up having to do is, because they lost their laundry boy, they're going to have to do it directly, which means it's going to be a little bit harder of a sell, but that's where the regulations come in. The carrot blew up, but there's still the stick.
Yeah. Okay, so we done with your section?
Yes.
Okay, so they took your money, but didn't use it to buy any Bitcoin. So where did the money go? Well, millions of went into the DNC, as we outlined before, buying Sam the favor of Washington. Several $billion went to a hedge fund called Alameda Capital. Alameda was another entity set up by Sam and run by his girlfriend. Alameda was involved in the more traditional markets. One of its notable operations included playing a big trade against Wall Street bets during the GameStop stock craze in 2021. Wow, what a callback there. They also were able to use insider knowledge of FTX to trade against FTX users, making sure that FTX users always lost their money on swing trades. Wow, that's dirty. Some of Alameda's.
So here's some interesting side knowledge. Is the head of legal for FTX? He used to be the head of legal for a online gambling company, and in 2017, that online gambling company got in really big trouble because they had what was called God mode, where you could basically put the online gambling window into developer mode, and it would show you the cards of the people that you were playing against. So that if you're going to be playing poker against somebody and you can see their cards and they can't see your cards, who do you think is going to win that one? And this was like online poker, like real money that you're gambling. And so this guy at the poker company was selling the God mode activation key to different players that were able to pull like millions and millions of dollars through these fraudulent games. Well, after that whole scheme blew up, that guy went on to work at FTX as one of their head lawyers. And so what FTX was doing is, let's say you're doing a margin trade, or you're trying to do a short. Well, if that short goes the wrong direction, let's say you made a bad bet, or maybe you made a bet that wasn't quite right away, and so you bet that the price was going to drop, but it actually goes up a little bit. Well, if it goes up a little bit and then it drops back down, you're fine. But if it goes up too much, you get washed out of your trade. You get what's called a margin call. And so you get washed out of your trade, and all of your money goes away. It goes back to whoever bet against you. And so normally you can't see what everyone else has bet. You can't see at what point they're going to wash out. Everybody's going to wash out at a different point. But nobody else knows at what point everyone else is going to wash out at. What Alameda was able to do, it's the same thing as the poker scheme. They were able to look at the books on FTX. They were able to go into the servers and look to see, everybody's going to be washed out at these points, because the FTX servers know when people are going to get washed out. They have to. But Alameda was able to take a look at those points and say, if we sell 100 Bitcoin, we can drop the price by 5%, and that's going to wash out 20% of people. And if we set up a trade like this, we can pull that money. We can be the ones that collect on that money that got washed out, or vice versa. And so they were able to play the markets with extreme precision, where normally they would have had to guess, and they might have been wrong. But now they don't have to worry about being wrong, because they can see what everyone's cards are. They can see at the exact liquidation point
So correct me if I'm wrong. FTX was giving billions of dollars to Alameda, which took its liquid capital to trade trade stocks of FTX or short stocks, whatever at that moment.
Coins. So they were shorting coins back on FTX market. So what was happening is let's say you gave FTX $20,000 to buy a Bitcoin. Then FTX doesn't actually give you that Bitcoin, but you don't know that. And then they give that $20,000 to Alameda. Let's say you then put in another $100 on a short trade, and if the price goes up 10%, then you lose that $100. If the price goes down,
so they're using your own money to bet against.
And then Alameda would use that $20,000 to start buying up Bitcoin for real, so that it would drive the price up, wash you out of your trade. All of a sudden, you lost your $100, and then a couple of months down the road, FTX folds up, and you lost your $20,000 too, and you never got your Bitcoin.
Yeah. Okay. That is fucked.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
This was more than fraud. This was way beyond fraud.
So they use their inside knowledge of FTX to trade against FTX users, making sure that FTX, with their own money, make sure that FTX users always lost their money in swing trades. Some of Alameda's trades were in the real market. It didn't go so well through the and to backstop it, they borrowed money from FTX.
Yeah, so Alameda was really good when they had access to all the books at FTX. They were really good at betting against other FTX users, but when they tried to play on the open market with real stocks,
they lost.
They weren't as good at it.
So the money that FTX was supposed to be holding in its vaults for users was actually being used to invest against them and play against them on the market. So as an FTX user, if you didn't lose your money in a bet, if you did lose your money, you can bet it was Alameda using insider knowledge against you, and then FTX had just transferred your funds to Alameda anyways, regardless. So Alameda kept losing their bets on Wall Street, and they kept borrowing from FTX user funds. And a few weeks ago, the operation all blew up.
So why do all this? Well, FTX served multiple roles, and I think over time we're going to see that there's even more roles that it served that we didn't realize. But one role, maybe one of the key roles for the crypto bros out there, is that FTX was a method for false flagging volatility in the crypto market. Some of FTX's vast sums of money went towards pump and dump attacks against rival coins and rival exchanges. This created artificial volatility and very real fear in the market. There was, over the last 2 years, there was a lot of exchanges that failed, and there was a lot of coins that went to zero after they went way high, and then they dumped really quickly down to zero.
This is all behind their plan, their long-term plan of becoming the only exchange with the only coins.
Correct. But this artificial volatility, this creates the perfect excuse for Sam's good buddy at the SEC, Gary Gensler. The volatility in the crypto markets have been the best excuse ever for him to seize power and push forward more regulations. So they're false flagging. Everybody knows that crypto markets are really volatile. Everybody knows that. That's I'm sure your parents tell you that, or your friends, or your girlfriend, or your wife.
It's being run by crooks.
Yes,
it's being pump and dumps.
There's a reason why it's so volatile, and the reason is that it is basically a Democrat funding mechanism, a deep state operation to make it look like it is really volatile, but it's only volatile because on purpose you have this deep state operation being funded with money that laundered itself through Ukraine somehow, part of it. And they're doing that to put artificial volatility into the market. And then on the backside of that, you have the politicians that were funded by FTX saying, well, the crypto markets are so volatile, we have to take more power now because we need to regulate this whole thing.
The Democrats were funding FTX, and they were at the same time saying that crypto in general is full of crooks and is victimizing investors, and that crypto needs to be regulated because of how corrupt and dishonest people who use crypto are. At the same time, they're funding one gigantic what do you call it? It's not a Ponzi scheme. It's a scam. They have they're funding one gigantic mother of all crypto scams themselves. And not only is it a scam, it's what they are saying they want this organization to take over crypto. So there is no scam crypto. It'd be only the scam crypto that they control.
Yes. So that was one big role that FTX played is by essentially poisoning the well of crypto. Another role that FTX was playing is as a massive laundry operation for the DNC and the deep state globalists. Congress sends a little of your money to Ukraine. Ukraine sends a little of their money to FTX. FTX sends a little of their money back to the congressmen that voted for the Ukrainian bailouts in the first place. And presto changeo, your tax dollar now ends up in the pockets of campaign staffers, political consultants. The politicians get to use that money to buy fancy dinners and fancy suits, not to mention the legacy media and the big tech getting their sizable cut in the form of ad buys. Nonprofits getting donations from Sam hiring armies of useless gender studies majors with budgets in the millions that they can use to subvert the country and your way of life. All of that courtesy of FTX. Oof. That's a pretty big role. I mean, that's kind of maybe not the whole gauntlet, Dyer, but it's certainly one of the Infinity Stones.
Yeah. So there's a lot more to the story, and it's still developing. The more and more corruption is being revealed as people are looking into it. There's an active case going on. All the money that was in FTX is gone. The FTX was being investigated by what country was it again?
Well, they're in Bahamas. They're being investigated by like every country.
Yeah, but the country they were living in, Bahamas. Their investigation, they have the power to just take all the money that the company has as payback for the crimes they committed, and they did that. So all of FTX money that was stored in Bahamas accounts is gone. So any money you had is also gone. And I don't think it's insured by the federal government.
Yeah. So also, I guess a little bit of another side story is the Saturday and Sunday after FTX collapsed. So like, a couple days after. So basically FTX like halted all activities. There's actually this like interesting case that you can see on the Ethereum network blockchain and in Blockscanner. You can see the last person that was able to extract an Ethereum from FTX and like how lucky that guy must have felt that he got the last ever Ethereum out of FTX. But it was at like 6:01 on like Saturday morning. So on Sunday at some point after all activity at FTX stops, they still have some coins. It wasn't that they had zero of everything, although for Bitcoin they really did have negative Bitcoin on their sheet somehow. But they did have some coins. It just wasn't anywhere close to the volume that they were supposed to have. And so what was left in their wallets that they had on Sunday at some point, there was a quote unquote, they called it a hack. And like, it was like $300 million worth of coins were drained out of the FTX wallet accounts and sent into unknown addresses out on the open blockchains. And at the same time, during that hack, somehow the FTX servers got wiped. So you can't see the transaction history, and you can't see. So if FTX was creating fake Bitcoins, you would only be able to trade those fake Bitcoins within the FTX exchange. They could never make their way out onto the public network because the Bitcoin network wouldn't accept them. But you can still make a lot of them and trade them back and forth on the FTX network over and over again, and nobody's really gonna know. But you would know if you had the logs from the servers. Well, the servers somehow wiped themselves. Well, there is an old interview from Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried where he talks about building a back door into FTX, and there has been some leaks from former employees of FTX that said, yeah, there was a back door. And the conspiracy theory that's probably true is that there was probably some lever, a programmatic lever equivalent that Sam was able to pull, and basically it did two things. It drained all of the money that was left, all the coins that was left out of FTX into Sam's private wallets, and then also was a worm that deleted all the servers, so that there would be no evidence to go through in any kind of investigation. At this point, this is part of the story that a lot of people aren't covering. It's literally impossible to investigate what happened at FTX because the servers were all wiped. All the transactions were wiped. So you can't see what they were really doing for the last 3 years. And what little money was left that could have maybe gone to investors and users of FTX, that has all been siphoned away now too. So FTX literally has no money left. There is no coins anywhere. And the thought theory is, if Sam doesn't go to jail, he may still somehow have an income stream from who knows where. Probably from those wallets that he siphoned all that money into.
I don't think he's a scholar. I think that he might know too much, that he'd be too easy to sing if caught. So I think he might end up committing suicide.
Yeah, so that actually is a real possibility here. So it's not clear whether or not Sam's going to go to jail for this, because he paid off a lot of people along the way. But also he knows a lot. He knows way too much here. And there was there's some other examples in recent memory of other people who knew too much and were going to go to jail for it. And they didn't live very long. And so, I don't know what Sam's prospects are right now. I would like to see him live a long life in jail, for what he did, but I think we all would have loved to see Epstein live a long life in jail as well, or at least have pay-per-view to whatever those cameras broke.
I'd rather them sing and then do the thing.
Yeah, or not do the thing. You mean
stay in our jails costing us money taking care of them.
So I thankfully did not have any money on FTX. I did have a little bit of what's called dust left on BlockFi, which is another exchange that went under because BlockFi went under over the summer, and then FTX bought them and basically propped them back up so that they didn't fail. And everybody was like, oh my God, Sam's like the savior of crypto. He's buying up all these failed exchanges and he's saving the industry. And all those exchanges that he bought up that he had a hand in helping collapse is what we're now finding. He bought them up, basically took what assets they had left, transferred them to Alameda so they could be gambled away. And then now that FTX has collapsed, all those exchanges have recollapsed again. So I had like $6 on BlockFi that is now gone forever.
So you can get a Ledger cold wallet for $100, and it's a small price to pay for having your coins safe. How crypto should be done is not you trusting someone else that they totally bought crypto on your behalf. The point of having it be decentralized and safe is that it's a crypto that is in your control on your wallet that the government cannot take from you. No company can take from you. They can't use that lever to control you. So don't use, in my opinion, you can try to correct me if I'm wrong, Fox, I wouldn't suggest using exchanges unless you're just using them for a short amount of time to then pull stuff out, and then you should be pretty choosy about what you're using.
You kind of have to use exchanges as your, we call them on-ramps, your fiat on-ramps. So that's how you get your like US dollars into buying some kind of crypto coin, right?
That's a short-term thing.
Yeah. Right? But right now I would recommend not keeping, I've got probably 80% transferred off to cold wallets right now. I'd recommend not keeping very much on exchanges if you can help it. Not that it's an endorsement. Basically anybody at this point that's endorsing an exchange is stupid. However, Binance US, if you're in the US, you got to use Binance US. Don't use the regular one. That's illegal. Binance US and Binance, the core company, do seem to be doing the right thing. So one of the things that is coming out of this is a lot of the exchanges are starting to publish what's called proof of reserves. And they're kind of fumbling at it right now, but there's at least an attempt. There's some exchanges that are attempting to prove their reserves, and there's some exchanges that are not trying to prove prove their reserves. If you are in an exchange and they have not tried to prove the reserves yet or don't have a plan for it yet, they probably aren't going to publish. They probably aren't working on it because they probably can't. There's a lot of concern that exchanges that are publishing proof of reserves are having different mechanisms for fudging it. That's also a concern. Personally, I'm comfortable on Binance at the moment with a small amount of capital there. Though like I said, I've transferred a lot of stuff off to cold wallets. This is not, this Dairos Media is not a crypto channel. We're not telling you to go out and buy crypto, but I would say that just as a, more libertarian-esque, trying to get out of the thumb of the deep state and the Democrat control mechanism. We're kind of looking off at China as the future Democrats would like to have for us in the next 20 years, especially some of the stuff the World Economic Forum has talked about. One of the reasons why the World Economic Forum was wanting to boost FTX is because FTX was fighting against what crypto was supposed to be. For whatever reason, they're scared of it. For whatever reason, the Democrats and the deep state want to regulate it. So even if you're not in crypto, it would behoove you to understand how it works. It would behoove you to understand what's the reasoning for some of the mechanisms behind it. And
I feel like I should support what the Democrats fear.
You should at least understand what it is that they fear. It's definitely, that's interesting. I don't know what this is, but I would like to know more, and you should want to know more.
Yes.
Some channels I can recommend would be BitBoy Crypto, Altcoin Daily, and CoffeeZilla have all been doing pretty good jobs of tracking down these story elements. BitBoy Crypto has been kind of a meme, both memeing and reality. He went down to the Bahamas last week and hunted down Sam Bankman-Fried. They found his car. He actually got a picture in the window of his car of just an open Adderall bottle, which was funny. He was standing outside Sam Bankman-Fried's penthouse, yelling up, "Hey, come down, we want to talk." So they've been doing a good job, and all the other channels I mentioned have also been doing a good job. So if you guys want to know more, I would say start there, but by no means end there.
We have 5 Rumbles on this video. So
we have a lot of people watching on Rumble. This is probably the most heavy Rumble stream we've ever had, which is
we had
awesome.
27 people at one point.
Yeah, we haven't streamed since the election night, which that was a rough stream. I apologize for that. But some interesting news from that is Crowder, unable to stream on YouTube that night, he still cracked 1 million viewers on Rumble. Yeah. That's crazy. That was historic.
We don't need YouTube.
We don't. And I'm as excited as Crowder is. Crowder would love nothing more than to be done with YouTube, and I think we would too. And really, I think our viewership on YouTube we probably are. But not that we don't love you guys. But come over to Rumble. Crowder says he thinks that they're really close. They're really close to only needing Rumble, to not needing YouTube anymore.
We have 8 people watching us on YouTube. You might as well come over and join us on Rumble. I'll post a link in a second. The only people chatting other than Gray Apathy, which by the way we love you, Gray Apathy. Only people chatting on YouTube right now look like bot accounts advertising e-girls.
I've got a bunch of options to show or hide. Private dating girls chat with a water drops emoji. I wonder if they get caught in the rain.
Must be water sports.
That's weird. Yeah, why are we getting attacked by bots? 18sex.xyz. Why the hell did I read that out? There's also xxx20.fun. What
you don't need to read them out, Fox. You didn't have to read those out.
Well, you don't have to be typing them into your browser right now, Dyer. I mean, Jesus.
I mean, I appreciate you telling me what to type so I had to look, but come on. Let's move on to our next story.
Alrighty.
Don't go to those links. You will get bugs.
Yes.
Viruses. Perhaps.
Alrighty. So our next story is about China and Apple.
Yeah. So do you know what's going on in China, right? So
enlighten
they've been doing for the last 3 years intermittent COVID lockdowns. Right now they're back to their zero COVID policy, which means you can go nowhere and you can do nothing if you haven't. Not only are you don't have COVID, but also you've been tested that day for COVID.
It's kind of like you will own nothing and you'll be happy, except for you will go nowhere and you won't be happy. It's like the same thing, though.
So they have, they're tracking everyone on their phones, and on their phones, you have an app that'll tell you whether or not you are green, good to travel, yellow, you have some restrictions, or red, you need to be quarantined inside your house. And if you don't go get a COVID test, your phone will indicate to you a change in color that you now have restrictions and you can't travel. And in extreme cases, if you and your entire housing complex are being quarantined, they're actually welding the doors to the building shut, and whether you have food, water, supplies, it doesn't really matter. You are staying in there until the government then releases you, and if they remember to do so. And the problem with this is it has, for the Chinese people, not for us necessarily, is that just in one example, a building caught fire that was sealed shut, and at least 10 people died because they were burned alive in a building because the government sealed them in. And now there's been protests because of the
dire maybe, but was there any COVID that escaped?
It got burned to death, so they were COVID safe. They have restrictions making people go in at night. They have drones going by and spraying chemicals off over all of the city streets to sanitize. They have checkpoints with people in white suits. Basically, it is a dystopian, I don't want to say future, but a dystopian world right now in China where the government has the dystopian president, where the government has complete and total control, and the people have been subservient and are now being abused. And the one way they're able to provide these videos to the outer world to see what's going on in China is they were using the AirDrop function that Apple provided, but Apple has removed that feature.
Do you have an iPhone? Have you ever had an iPhone?
My wife has one.
Yeah, so I haven't had an iPhone in a really long time. I think my company bought one for me a really long time ago, but they've since taken it away. But I don't think that I ever used the AirDrop feature. From my understanding, basically, like if you have AirDrop turned on and then somebody AirDrops something, like if they're within Bluetooth range of you, it will just like float its way to your phone. And so you can basically create kind of like a mini local mesh network.
Yes.
And send dick pics that were unsolicited to people.
Yes, you can.
I understand how it works.
You can send a file to everyone within your vicinity of your phone, and they've been using that feature to get information outside of China, and also apparently because it's not using the network the same way that it's not being controlled by China, because China blocks a lot of content and a lot of features. So
like if you go onto like Weibo and you type, hey, let's meet at XYZ Street for a protest at 3, that's gonna get suppressed and shut down. You're not gonna be able to send that out. But if you AirDrop that to all the people in your building, and then they're able to get close enough in their balcony to AirDrop to somebody in the other building, and then they can it'll just kind of propagate throughout the phones that are close together. And you have such high density in China that everybody's super close to each other, that all of a sudden you have this one message that starts propagating outside of the censorship internet, and they're able to communicate that way.
And this was a problem for the Chinese government, who wants to stop people being able to communicate about where, when, and how they're going to protest. So Apple, being a dutiful subject to the Chinese government, has listened to their lords and have taken away that ability from the Chinese people. Apple, being the evil organization that it is, has also been talking about, according to Elon, saying that they're going to remove Twitter from their Apple store, or threatening to do so to Elon, if Elon doesn't start, doing what Twitter was doing before, and supporting the Democrat Party. So Elon, instead of kowtowing, just released that they're threatening this to the people, and that spurred DeSantis to respond in an interview. He actually first responded in he was talking about an infrastructure project, and this randomly condemned Apple and China, and then Tucker, I believe, called him on for a follow-up interview about the same subject.
Do we want to watch that?
Yes.
Apple is considering, according to Elon Musk, removing Twitter from its App Store, which would, of course, shut down Twitter. And almost nobody in office has noticed this or decided to comment on it, except for Ron DeSantis. He's the governor of the state of Florida. He joins us tonight. Governor, thanks for coming on. So, of all the news going on in the world, and there's a lot of it, you stopped on this story and you commented on it. Why? Why did this catch your attention?
Well, Tucker, if you look what's going on in China now, the CCP, they have been imposing these zero COVID lockdown policies. They've been doing it on and off for 3 years. And you have people in China that are really engaged in a noble effort to protest, which is basically Leninist rule. So what is Apple doing with that? They are limiting the airdrop function of the protesters. So they are serving basically as a vassal to the Chinese Communist Party. Then on the other hand, here in the United States, what are they doing? They are trying to get Elon Musk Twitter off the App Store potentially, which would be a huge blow for free speech. And so this is maybe the most powerful company in the entire world, certainly one of the most powerful companies in American history. They exercise more authority in some respects than even some governments do, and they're using their authority to protect the CCP, will also try to limit speech here in the United States.
While existing as an American, supposedly American company, using our copyright protections, our rule of law to their own advantage. They're benefiting from America, but working against our most basic value, which is free speech. What can be done about that?
Well, Tucker, in the States, we did big tech censorship bill 2 years ago. It's gotten caught up in the courts. I think the U.S. Supreme Court's going to accept that case for this term. Texas has a similar case. There's a conflict in the circuits. And so whatever the states can do to protect people's rights to engage in free expression. And what some of these companies do, they get a lot of benefits from the government, as you said, patent, things like that. The social media companies get liability protection. And yet they turn around and they use that protection to marginalize voices they disagree with. So I think from the congressional perspective, though, they need to look at antitrust with these massive companies because they are exercising massive amounts of power over our society.
DeSantis for
president. Yep. No ifs, ands, or buts. I think he should run.
What's interesting about the whole Twitter discussion is that Trump now having so thoroughly, strapped himself to Truth Social, like he's the coyote on an Acme bomb. He's now unable to really comment on Twitter as a direct competitor to a company that he's got that high association with, which is borderline disqualifying for the leader of the country, which is hosting Twitter. And one of the big issues with the country right now is what Twitter's done and did. It causes problems. It causes a conflict that's problematic.
I don't think our audience is going to be surprised at all that I have a lot of criticism for Trump. I want to first say that he did a lot of good things, and he has the best of intent to do good for America. I don't think he has the wisdom and acumen that would surpass that is available with DeSantis. So if I'm given the choice between Trump and DeSantis, Trump has some good things about him. I have plenty of things to criticize, but I think it's obvious that DeSantis, with what ability he has, what power he has now, he's utilizing it to the fullest to protect Americans' freedoms, and that he would do the same if he had more power given to him, and that he is far better a speaker, far better a manager, far better a leader than Trump.
Yes. Alrighty. So,
but I'm not quite done here. Yeah. I have a salty opinion about China and its Chinese people. A lot of people say that a lot of the narrative on the right now and the left is that the fight for rights in China, the Chinese people struggling against their government, is a noble fight, and that we should support them to some degree. And my feeling towards that is the Chinese government spilt a lot of blood to get the kind of government they have now.
And recently.
We spent a lot of blood to get the kind of government we had that gave us freedoms, and we are losing it. And that's the fight we need to fight right now, is to prevent us losing our freedoms. It is not the American people's responsibility to fight this fight for them. If the Chinese people want to have freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom in general, then it's their blood that they're going to need to spill to overthrow that very, very powerful, entrenched government. It is not our responsibility. And honestly, the tantrum that they are throwing will not grow into a militant fight against their government. They're going to be crushed, and they're not going to actually do what it takes to overthrow that government. Yeah, they're mad. Yeah, they're being abused. Yeah, what's happening to them is wrong. But what are we going to do about it? And should we be spending time caring about that when we are very much at risk right now of losing our own freedoms? And at this point right now, it's very possible there will be a bloody conflict to determine the future of America. And I think that's where we should be focused.
Yeah, we in America, I mean, even enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution, have given the gift of liberty generation to generation. Our distant forefathers fought bloody battles for that, and while our parents' generation did not do a very good job, and their parents' generation also did a very bad job of passing that legacy on to us, that doesn't give us the right to just abandon it, and we are still fighting for trying to restore what it should have been, what that gift should have been, even though our parents and grandparents' generation did a poor job of maintaining it for us. However, in China, that story is a little bit different, because what the current generation in China has is a gift given to them by their grandparents' generation. Their grandparents fought bloody wars. Their grandparents, the ones, and you can say this about the ones that are living right now, because the ones that weren't for that, well, their genetic lineage got cut off. But the generation alive in China today, their grandparents fought and killed, murdered their neighbors to build the country, the regime, the totalitarian dictatorship that their grandkids are living under right now. They inherited that gift, and their grandparents fought very hard to give them that. And so if they don't want it, I fully support that. More power to them. But they are going to need to fight an equally bloody battle to get rid of it, and we cannot do that for them. We've got a lot of problems here in this country, as Dyer just pointed out. And like I said, our grandparents did not do the best job of passing down the torch. And I think that we don't need to go into quite the level of bloodshed that China's going to have to go to. But we do need to fight politically right now. And we've got a lot of stuff to do here in our own country. And I don't know that embroiling us in another bloody conflict of regime change in China is going to do for the people what needs to be done. You need only look at Afghanistan for how that played out, where kind of on a similar timetable to China, just a few years later, you had the grandparents of the kids that are alive today in Afghanistan. Their grandparents fought bloody wars to give them the caliphate that they lived under up until we invaded. Before Afghanistan turned to the mullahs, similar to Iran as well, they were very westernized, free, modern countries. And then their grandparents fought bloody wars, killed their neighbors, murdered, blood in the streets, to give their grandchildren the gift of an Islamic theocracy, total dictatorship. And America tried to rescue. We did our best to try to rescue Afghanistan from that. And because they didn't do it themselves, they were frivolous with the gift that we gave them. We, the American taxpayer, and soldiers like Dyer gave them this gift, but because they didn't earn it for themselves, they were frivolous with it, and then they lost it the second we left. It was even before we left. It collapsed immediately. And that will be the same thing in China. If the kids in China right now, I hope the best for them. But if they want out of what their grandparents gave to them, they will have to do it themselves, because it simply will not work for us to give it to them for them.
Yep. Trevor says that DeSantis seems like a deep state rhino. He went to Yale and graduated Harvard Law in order to go into the military. Nobody goes into Harvard Law just to serve in the military. He's connected to somebody powerful and rich that wanted him to in the government and groomed him for that position. DeSantis gives me pause. So that may be true. But what I look at is he is one of very few governors who took real steps to protect kids from pedophiles in schools. He's one of very few, a small list of governors who prevented lockdowns and prosecuted people who were trying to enforce unlawful lockdown policies on citizens of Florida. He's someone who removed from office someone who was refusing to enforce the law and was releasing criminals into the streets. He's one of the, if you are saying, if he is a rhino who is a plant, in that role, he's doing better than any other Republican governor I know of. So if that is a rhino doing that, that is an impressive psyop.
And as for his military experience, I actually, because we know that his function in the military was as a JAG officer, so he was one of the lawyers. So now, typically, and Dyer can back me up on this, typically the experience of members of the military with JAG officers is that basically the JAG officers are there to try to send you to Leavenworth for tying your boots the wrong way, or looking at one of the terrorists in the wrong way. They are there to basically cause problems for the enlisted men by sending them to jail for doing very basic things. If you have the audacity to survive a terror attack or survive one of your door kicking missions, well, you can be damn sure that a JAG is sitting there waiting to make his rank by putting you in jail for doing what you needed to do to keep yourself and your men alive. Is that not typically how JAGs are seen, Dyer?
Yes.
Okay. So DeSantis being a JAG, I wanted to see what his career was. Did he have a long and storied career of putting good men away into Leavenworth? And what you find out is, and I encourage you guys all to go do the same research, is what it appears that DeSantis did while he was in Iraq is that he was attached to a combat squad. And as the lawyer, what he did was he helped design missions that would infiltrate bunkers and houses and all kinds of things. He would help the door kickers design the missions in such a way that they were legal and that none of them would get put into Leavenworth. I believe he even had several missions. He had several missions that he helped design from scratch to make sure that the men did not go to jail when they were conducting the mission. There were several times during which he was doing this where it seemed like some of the guys that he was attached to had some issues, and he helped defend them by saying, no, they did not do anything wrong. No, they don't need to go to Leavenworth. It would appear that he had a non-traditional JAG role where he was actually a good guy that was there in a legal capacity to help defend the enlisted guys, to make sure that they weren't being frivolously sent to jail just because Obama liked the optics of it. So I would encourage all of you guys to go do the same research. That was one of my big questions when I found out that he was in the military. Oh, well, what did he do? Oh, he's a JAG. Oh, well, that gives me some pause. But when you go to look, what did he actually do as a JAG? It would appear that he was one of the good guys. He was one of the good ones. I am open to seeing evidence to the contrary, but as of right now, it would appear that his military career, regardless of where he went to school at, his military career was, in all intents and purposes, good for America. He was there to defend America. He wasn't there just to make rank by sending good guys to prison. And then, as Dyer just pointed out, in his capacity as a civilian in elected government, he's done very real, very tangible damage to the left. He's done very real, very tangible damage to Disney. He's done very real, tangible damage to pedophiles. He's done very real, tangible damage to the school, the teachers' unions. So, you know, I look at what he's done. I would say it's some interesting things about his past. But the interesting things about his past, or the coincidental things about his past, are, in my opinion, overshadowed by real things that he's done. Again, I'm open to seeing evidence to the contrary, but so far, our initial research into him shows that he does have a real viable resume that is not some deep state plant.
And every opportunity he gets to sue the federal government, anytime he as a governor or the state has standings, he is suing the federal government. I think he's up to like 12 different lawsuits, something like that, where some of them are already finished, right? And he's already got legal outcomes to defend rights for his state. But he is not just letting those go by. He's actually filing lawsuits and getting preventing. Like one of them was the lawsuit against Biden's policy of giving COVID money to only black farmers, right?
Yeah.
That was something that would have victimized some citizens of Florida. So lawsuit, unconstitutional, stop that from happening.
And they're suing Twitter and Facebook for on grounds of First Amendment and Section 280 for political censorship, are they not?
Yes, and the biggest malfeasance from Republicans is their lack of action. Like, they might not do something that's bad. Like, the Democrats are definitely actively doing bad things, but most of the Republicans, not all, but most, don't fight back, don't take legal battles, which I know are time consuming. They're costly, and they require large groups of people working long hours to develop these defenses and to take them to the courts. I know it's difficult, but that's why it's important.
Yeah. I mean, if he's a plant, he's a really good one. Really good one.
I mean, that's not like one of those tricks where you get fooled and you're like, you know what, I'm not even mad. That was really impressive.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean, if it is, then if DeSantis is a plant, then what that means is, because again, he's doing tangible damage to the left right now, which means that if he's a plant, then it's the left shooting themselves in the foot. And if they're that confident in their power, then it doesn't matter. If they're so overwhelmingly powerful that they can handle shooting themselves in the foot over and over again, and it doesn't faze them, that they think, oh, well, it doesn't matter because we have so much power anyways, then it's already lost. So if DeSantis is a plant, I think it's all over. So
just because we're directly responding to Ryan, I need to make sure I read his response. So he said, he was also the first person to arrest a pastor for violating COVID lockdowns in early 2020. Things like that just give me the cold scratchies, not the warm fuzzies, but who knows? I would need to look into that story because I don't remember that one. Do you?
I think I do, now that that's being brought back up. I don't think he's perfect. He apologized a little bit for some of the stuff that he did during COVID. He thinks that they did too much. So there's going to be issues with everybody triumvirate. And if and when he does announce his candidacy, we've got 2 more years to take a deep look into him. As of right now, the red flags Trump's throwing are a little more egregious in the present tense. So maybe that's our bias right now. Maybe Dyer and I have a bit of a bias right now because there's some issues with Trump, which we're going to get into later. At some point, maybe like 3 hours.
I promise this, though, if he does become president, or if he does become the candidate, we'll be just as critical in evaluating his policies as we were with Trump and we would be with any president, because he is the candidate for the party that we are going to be voting for most likely, it doesn't mean that we just are going to be tribalistic and support everything he says and everything he does. We don't do that here.
That is correct.
All right, next story.
Somebody who we do support wholeheartedly and would never question it is Dr. Fauci.
Because he's the science.
He is the science. He's like the avatar of science.
You can't disagree with Fauci. He wears 5 masks.
Yeah.
Fauci. Fauci. So on 1 February 2020, Fauci held a telecon during which he and a small group of scientists discussed and agreed on the media narrative approach that they would take with the origins of COVID. Emails released last year already showed that Fauci was aware of evidence of an Indian study regarding the lab leak theory and the possibility/likelihood that it was released from a U.S.-funded lab, specifically the Wuhan Institute of Virology, despite later, like the next day, saying that it was a baseless, corrupt theory, which is the narrative that he and other government officials held till late 2021. Fauci set up the telecon along with Jeremy Farrar, a British director. I never read that out loud. Sorry, British director of a pharmaceutical trust. That means he's someone who has a lot of money invested into research into medicines. So he also is a doctor.
Does that mean that, like, if he's got money into research, and so, like, if we somehow found a medicine that didn't need to be researched, like ivermectin, that, like, he wouldn't stand to make any money off of that?
Right. So he would not make money if it would, there was already medicine. This is about developing new medicines and treatments. Yeah. So that person, Jeremy, will be important later on. The emails in the most recent 174-page release shows that he knew, being Fauci, more detail about the lab leak theory than was, and that how likely it was true, despite telling the world that it was not.
And by
true.
more detail, what you mean to say is that he knew for 100% sure that it was true.
Yes, 100% true. So in one email sent on 1 February 2020, before the telecon, he suggested, quote, if everyone agrees in this with this concern, the virus showing markers of being manufactured in a lab, they should report it to the appropriate authorities. I would imagine, still quoting him, that is in the U.S. it would be the FBI, and in the UK it would be MI5. So he's saying that the concerns rise to possibly the need to inform the FBI and MI5.
What's weird is, I understand MI5 because they're kind of the CIA analog, but why the FBI? The FBI wouldn't handle, like, if you're talking about, like, the release of an international bioweapon.
It's specifically talking about the release from a U.S. funded and managed lab. That's why it's the FBI. In the context, they're talking about specifically that lab. So they know it's them. Remember, in the original emails, he said, "Was this us?"
Yeah. if you have to ask,
are we the baddies?
Yes.
Right. Fauci in the original emails from last year already said, sending the article from the Indian research study. The article was the Indian research study. In that study, it refers to that lab being the next to where the COVID started, right? And saying that lab was likely the source, and that the virus showed telltale signs of being manufactured. And then his response was to send it to this group of people he was going to have the telecon with and say, hey, was this us? We need to look into this and we need to talk about this.
I mean, probably one of the most damning pieces of evidence that it was manufactured is that at the end of the DNA strand, it said, Dr. Fauci, final version -1-2, final, serious this time.
The science.
XLS. That's how I named all my reports in college. Would be the final version. Draft. Alrighty. So, in the same post-midnight email, Dr. Fauci staying up at all, burning the midnight oil. It sucks right now. You can't afford to burn the midnight oil.
Mm-hmm.
You
can't
literally
afford
can't.
it. I don't have any midnight oil. I don't have any daytime oil. I don't have any oil.
Rough. Fauci also stated that he would alert, quote, my U.S. government officials of the possibility that COVID-19 was made in a lab. It isn't known whether Fauci contacted anyone. If he did contact the FBI with this info, the next question would be, why would the FBI not saying anything Why would the FBI not be saying anything? Is it possible that the FBI preferred the narrative that the U.S. was not involved? And I wonder, did the FBI have any role in Twitter making sure that the narrative was that the U.S. was not involved? However, the real smoking gun is manifested in a February 4th email exchange between Fauci and the then head of NIH, Francis Collins, and Dr. Farrar. Early on February 4th, Farrar shared a draft of what would later become known as the Proximal Origin paper with Fauci and Collins. Proximal Origin, co-authored by Anderson, Gary, and 3 other scientists, included Edward Holmes, who also attended the teleconference and who worked for the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention from 2014 to 2020. Publicly promoted the natural origin theory. Well, yeah, because if it wasn't a natural origin, then that means that he wasn't very good at his job that he held from 2014 to 2020. The paper was a direct product of the teleconference and would later be used by the media and by Fauci as a scientific basis for dismissing the possibility that COVID-19 might have come out of a lab. So basically, like, a bunch of these like supposed experts, they got together on a phone call, like on a Zoom call, and then they decided that it was their best guess that it was a natural origin, not coming out of a lab. And then later on, they would then use that paper as the basis for saying, well, don't take my word for it. Take the word of this scientific paper that proves it. Well, no, it's not a scientific paper that proves anything. It's just like a scientific paper that, like, I don't know, amalgamates all of your opinions. You can't use your own opinion as a basis for proving why your opinion is correct.
The emails actually also prior to the telecon revealed that they were saying that the purpose of the telecon was to disprove the Indian study. It wasn't to investigate or find the truth. It was, how are we going to disprove this? How are we going to address this to the media? What's our narrative going to be? We're going to get our story straight.
How do we make sure this isn't our fault?
And then how do we need to produce some evidence to support this narrative we're going to be talking about. So they were discussing creating their own counter study, this study, about the origins, to try to hide or discount the evidence from the Indian study.
This really sounds like a situation I had at work a few months ago where we had like a general network outage, and it was definitely somebody's fault. But afterwards, we had after we fixed it, we had a meeting a couple days later to determine what happened and try to figure out how to make it not happen again. And during that meeting, the team whose fault it definitely was, they determined that it was nobody's fault and that there was no way to prevent it. That's what the result of our meeting was. And that sounds very similar to what's going on here, is that, well, it was clearly the fault of the labs that Dr. Fauci was funding. And they had a meeting about that to discuss how we can prevent this in the future. And the result of that meeting was, well, it wasn't our fault. It was nobody's fault, actually.
Of course.
So there was nothing that we could do.
Nobody was at fault. Nothing to look here.
Yes, exactly.
Are you done?
Where am I at? Is it my turn?
Did you read this yet?
I don't know. Let's see it. So, yes, the paper was a direct product of... Yes, I did read that part.
Okay, so on February 4th, an email exchange reveals that after reading the draft paper that they were having created, Fauci, right after their telecon, that Fauci sent Collins and Farrar a one-line response. Quote, question mark, serial passage in ACE2 transgenic mice. So that means ACE2 transgenic mice are mice that have been used in virus experiments to mimic human lungs. So that how the mice are affected will be a realistic example of what could happen to humans.
Yeah,
their lungs.
so
they're humanized mice.
Do you know what that serial passage is? So the ACE2 receptor is like one of the key ways that the COVID virus is able to get into your cells. It's the spike protein is the magic key, and the ACE2 receptor is the lock. And COVID's very good at unlocking the ACE2 receptor. That's one of the reasons why it is so transmissible and why it was so infectious. So what they're talking about here is one of the ways that you could have a virus that can't access the ACE2 receptor, that doesn't have the keys for that. One of the ways that you could give it the function, you could gain it a function if you were, is to use a method whereby you force the evolutionary process of the virus to develop those keys in a way that seems natural. Do you remember a while ago when we were reading the papers that were going through Congress where they developed the no-see-em technique?
Yes.
Where they were able to, that's what serial passage is. It's the no-see-em technique. It's where you're able to genetically engineer a feature that you would like to have in a way that looks natural. It doesn't look like it's just a insertion into the DNA that you just spliced in, which would be rather obvious looking at it. It looks like the virus naturally evolved it with this serial passage method. It's the no-see-em technique. And so if you're doing the no-see-em technique on mice that have the ACE2 receptor, well, what are you trying to develop? Well, you're probably trying to gain the function in a way that looks natural, the keys to the ACE2 receptor, which just so happens to be COVID's defining trait, is that it has good keys to the ACE2 receptor in a way that looks quote unquote natural.
Right. So in this email exchange, Fauci is being told that, or it's being discussed that the Wuhan lab specifically was using humanized mice with those ACE2 transgenic, mice that have those humanized lungs. And he responds with a question mark about that because he realized that is a risky thing they'd be doing for creating viruses that could affect humans. And he was concerned by this. He was aware of this when looking at the report. It appears that Fauci was concerned that the proximal origin was pointing to a possible lab origin. Their own study that they were making was providing evidence towards the lab leak theory, not the natural origins. So Farrar replied, exactly, apparently sharing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, apparently. So as Farrar responded, exactly concerned also by that information.
Yeah, so when prompted with this virus, where did it come from? Fauci's very first thought of where it might come from is like, oh my God, it came from the no-see-ems technique on those ACE2 mice. And then Farrar's immediate response is, that's exactly what I was thinking. Everybody's first thought was, oh heck, this was us, because we have a thing going on right now that makes viruses that do exactly what this virus is doing right now. Oh my God, it was us. Everybody's first thought was, oh my God, it was us.
So much worse.
And these, okay, so where did these emails, just a quick background on this, all of these emails were just recently re-released unredacted last week. These emails were all released last year, but they all had insane levels of redaction where they were all basically just jet black. They were re-released without the redactions, so that's where this information is coming from.
Yeah, and what part of this should be redacted, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, like, that's... All right, tell me how it gets worse, Dyer.
Okay, so Farrar responds exactly, also concerned the fact that they're using humanized mice at these labs. And Collins then asked, surely that wouldn't be done at a BSL-2 lab, which, by the way, BSL-2 lab has the same kind of protections as a dental clinic, apparently expressing his incredulity that the Wuhan lab would have been conducting such risky experiments with those humanized mice in a biosafety level 2 lab. So the fourth and final email in the exchange came from Farrar, who simply referred to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, or as WIV, as the Wild West, saying that, yes, we realize that in China, they do risky research with making viruses in low security labs, the same low security lab that Fauci personally was involved in getting funding for and approval and the approval to work on these products from. So Yes.
Do you remember at the beginning of the Ukrainian war, the first concern was from the government was like, oh my God, we need to secure the 20 viral labs that we have in Ukraine. Everybody's like, why is that? And it was like, no reason. It would just be bad if the Russians got a hold of all of our bio
defense labs is what they call them. But what do you make it bio defense labs? Oh, we just store.
Don't we call like some of our nukes like peacekeepers?
We were storing bioweapons there and doing bioweapons research for defensive purposes, of course.
Yes.
What? So they basically, this email exchange shows, first, they know that they were doing gain of function research, that they were doing risky research using humanized mice to create viruses that will affect humans, and that the lab that was doing this research in the area where the virus was released, they knew was not following correct biosafety procedures.
Now, I seem to remember that public accusations that China wouldn't follow safety procedures because they're Chinese, that was racist.
Right. So when Farrar said that the Chinese lab was the Wild West, implying that they don't follow the rules, that would also be racist, right?
Yeah. So what's amazing here is that at the time, early on, before all this information was publicly available, or at least before these conversations were publicly available, with what public knowledge was available, you had a lot of people, including us, saying, hey, it's publicly available that they have this no-see-ums technique. It looks like, it could be used to create this ACE2 receptor key. And, oh, wow, wouldn't you know it? COVID has a really good ACE2 receptor. And, oh, wouldn't you know it? COVID's the exact kind of virus that was being used at Wuhan. And, oh, wouldn't you know it? Wuhan has bad safety procedures because they had a bunch of stories about how they had different leaks and contamination issues at that lab. And, wouldn't you know it? It seems rather obvious that this was manufactured in a lab because of all these different reasons. And we all figured that out publicly with publicly available information. And then you have literally the exact same conversations happening in the background by Fauci and all the people who have the information, all the insider information about what is and isn't possible. And they are all coming up with the exact same conclusions for the exact same reasons. They're all coming up with the exact same conclusion that, oh my gosh, there's this technique that exists that we're using to create this ACE2 receptor binder. And oh my gosh, it binds to the ACE2 receptor. And oh my gosh, they're doing this at the Chinese lab. And oh my gosh, that Chinese lab has bad safety practices. They're saying the exact same things that we all came up with publicly a few months later, and they knew it on day one.
So the original draft of the research, in quotations, research paper,
the CYA paper,
yeah, exactly, stated that the available data was consistent with both a natural and lab origin, and that it, quote, currently it was currently impossible to prove or disprove either. So the paper that they were creating to cover their own asses, the scientists writing it still didn't have the confidence to say that there was no evidence to support, because there's so much evidence saying that it likely was manufactured.
So the data, the basically the product of the paper said that there was data that says it could be natural and it could be lab. So basically the paper discovered that the virus came from somewhere.
Right. So that was the
what a hell of a paper.
That was the very first draft that was created for this working group to try to manufacture some evidence to cover their ass. What happened next?
Well, we know that.
Oh, sorry. I left something else. Sorry. The later after that telecon, that statement about there being equal evidence for natural origin or coming from a lab, that was omitted. They removed that statement.
Well, it just wasn't very convenient. Well, we know that Fauci and the scientists wrote the theory of natural origins on COVID-19. In fact, they knew that the virus, at best, was just likely manufactured or naturally created with the available data at the time. They also knew that the Chinese lab was operating unsafe conditions. They then worked with a Chinese official to create a lie, branded it as a, quote, research paper to hide the possibility that the virus was leaked from the U.S.-funded Chinese virology lab. This is basically like an advanced scientific version of cytogenesis, where the media will seed a story that's not true, and then they can then reference that untrue story by saying, well, we've got a source now that backs it up. And so the scientists are doing the same thing, where like they seeded an untrue research paper. And then when Fauci goes to testify in front of Congress, you can say, oh, well, don't take my word for it. I'm referencing this research paper. And you wouldn't not trust the science, would you? Because research papers are science, and you have to trust the science.
Yeah, I think I left out that one of the members of the telecon was revealed to be the Chinese, the leader of the Chinese Center for Disease Control. So a member of the CCPs was present in the telecon and helping to create the U.S.'s narrative about the origins of COVID.
Huh. Strange. In a February 4th email to Fauci and Collins, Farrar explicitly acknowledged that there was, quote, a very real possibility of an accidental passage in animals to give glycans. To live glycans? Give glycans. Glycans are a carbohydrate-based polymers produced by humans, or, as Farrar evidently knew, by lab animals such as transgenic mice, or humanized mice. The February 4th version of the draft, as well as the final published version of the Proximal Origin paper, fudged this issue by falsely claiming that it was unclear how the glycans might have been acquired in a lab environment, when it's very obvious. And again, the kind of collective consciousness of YouTube and Twitter figured this out pretty quickly, that, oh, well, things like humanized mice exist. Things like this no CM sterilized introduction technique exist. The COVID base virus exists. It just can't infect humans. And all the information we need on how to create a virus of any kind that can attach to the ACE2 receptor, you basically just mix all those things together and you can get it. And whoa, wouldn't you know it, we suddenly have COVID-19. And it was very obvious to all of us. And again, it was even more obvious to all the people who had the reason and ability to know about it for sure.
Yes. So another issue was flagged by Fauci's group in their early February 22 emails is the virus's furin cleavage site, which you addressed earlier, Fox. Furin cleavage site. During the February 1 teleconference, the scientists circulated a slide titled "Gain of Furin Cleavage Site in COVID, CNCOV, so COVID, not present in bat coronavirus, SARS, or MERS," as well as emails expressed bewilderment as to how this site may have arisen. The furin cleavage site, which has never been observed in naturally occurring SARS coronaviruses, is the COVID-19 virus's standout feature that makes it particularly virulent to humans. While the February 4th draft of the Proximal Origin made repeated references to the possibility of the furin cleavage site might have arisen in a lab, these references were expunged from the subsequent February 7th draft, which also is included in the newly redacted emails.
And just to give a little context around that, the furin cleavage site is basically a sequence of I think it's 6 or 8, I think it's 9 or 12 letters of RNA, and they code for a bit of protein that there's enzymes that exist in human cells, and the enzymes are looking for that short sequence of proteins, and what it does when it finds them is it snips the protein free. So without that snipping site, that cleavage site, all of a sudden the spike protein, again, the spike protein on COVID is the keys to get into your cell. All of a sudden the spike protein has a bunch of extra junk stuck to it because it wasn't snipped. All of a sudden you insert that cleavage site, and now this enzyme, this enzyme that your cells are already producing and using for themselves, all of a sudden it comes by and it snips the extra junk off of the spike protein. All of a sudden COVID has this very excellent set of keys on how to get into your cell. Without that cleavage site, all of a sudden that spike protein can't be used to unlock the ACE2 receptor. It's only because of that that's able to get into the ACE2 receptor. And the ACE2 receptor is one of the there's a lot of it in your lungs, and that was one of the reasons why COVID was so virulent on your lungs. COVID had a lot of ways to get into your cells, but it being able to get into your lung cells very easily is one of the main mechanisms that made it so dangerous.
Yes. So it was a function that was new to COVID.
Never seen before.
Never seen before. Was available in labs. And
the likelihood of furon cleavage sites occurring naturally through mutation is extremely rare. The number of furon cleavage sites that exist in like all genetic bases is like almost none. Like it's very rare, even in like your own regular human DNA. It's not seen anywhere in bacteria, which there was at one point. There was a theory propagated by Fauci's NIH that it possibly COVID gained it from a bacterium, which is not possible because bacteria don't have that cleavage site ever in any bacteria. And the number of viruses that have it are extraordinarily rare. And but most of the time, because it's random, it doesn't do a whole lot for it. The fact that COVID was able to pick it up for the first time ever, and that it was also in the perfect spot to create the perfect set of keys for the ACE2 receptor.
It's unlikely.
Very, very beyond chance. Very beyond chance.
The proximal origin study also cited a Chinese study on the virus that claimed that COVID-19 was 99% similar to a virus discovered in pangolins. You guys remember one of the CYA stories was, maybe it didn't come from bats because that got debunked. There was no natural origin in bats, but maybe it came from pangolins. We got this Chinese study saying pangolins is the true source, and that would mean that it wasn't anywhere near the Wuhan virology lab, right? So that would give them a better excuse. The study published, the Chinese study actually was published also on February 20 of that year, and it found the actual study that they were referencing, not the draft, said that the virus was only 90% similar. However, Fauci and his goons had already gone around and spread the lie that there was a virus that was 99% similar to COVID-19, and that was likely the source. But in reality, the virus that was infecting pangolins was only 90% similar. Now, to put this in context, is being 90% similar to coronavirus makes it basically not even in the family of viruses of COVID. Because, for example, humans are genetically similar to chimpanzees by 98.6%. So the difference between a human and a chimpanzee is a little over 1% difference in genes. Now, viruses are less complex and they're more efficient in their genes. So a small difference in genes would be a bigger percentage. But even in viruses, another respiratory virus that I could find as an example, to be considered a member of the family of that virus, you had to be within 5%. So the last 90, they'd be 90% similar in genetics. They had to be with less than 5% of range in a variety of genetics. So this COVID. This virus they're saying was similar to COVID is not even in the same family, but that was an official news story that went around.
Pangolins are kind of cute.
Yeah. Never seen one in real life, though.
I think that they're Pokemon.
They kind of look like one.
They do. Yeah, so it's bunk, and they know it's bunk. One curiosity remains unanswered, is why Fauci's group didn't invite Ralph Baric to participate in their deliberations. Baric, a professor at the University of North Carolina, is a pioneer in manipulating coronaviruses and had previously worked at the Wuhan lab. He's something of an expert. It was a study conducted by Baric, Shi, and others in 2015 that had initially set off alarm bells at the NIH and in the wider scientific community about the risks associated with manipulating coronavirus. So he's even got experience in accidentally releasing them. Rutgers University biologist Richard Ebright noted at the time that, quote, the only impact of his work is the creation in a lab of a new non-natural risk. The Barak-Shi study led the NIH to suspend funding of the Wuhan lab. However, the NIH inexplicably allowed the work to resume in 2016.
Thank you, Fauci.
Yes, and I believe that happened kind of, I think at the time earlier in the pandemic we were looking at that, and it kind of seemed like they kind of snowballed Trump to get him to accidentally sign off on that, basically. It is inconceivable why Barak, perhaps the most knowledgeable person in the United States on the issue of manipulating coronaviruses, as well as on the capabilities of the Wuhan lab, wasn't included in Fauci's teleconference. It's almost like they were trying to hide something from him. The only plausible explanation appears to be that Barak was part of a 2018 proposal to insert furon cleavage sites into coronaviruses. Huh. The existence of the proposal was revealed in September of 2021 when a whistleblower leaked the document that showed that the Wuhan lab wanted to insert a furon cleavage site into SARS coronaviruses. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! So you're saying that not only, as we just went through a million times, that they had all of the ingredients to do this, they also had the desire to do it,
and they've submitted a funding request for that research to put in the furon cleavage site into the viruses that they were studying at that lab.
So they had the means, the motive, and clearly the opportunity.
It's not even a question anymore. It was produced at that lab. It was funded by the U.S. It was approved by Fauci, and then Fauci and his goons lied about it. What? So Barak's presence at the February 1 teleconference would have likely exposed the inconvenient fact to a larger group of people. So, of course, they can't invite him. They're too busy trying to disprove the truth.
Yeah, he not only would have been able to recognize that, hey, this was clearly made in a lab with all these techniques, he also would have said, hey, this was clearly made in a lab with all these techniques because there was a funding proposal to do just that.
Yes, which was actually the funding proposal was first turned down by DARPA. Although
DARPA, didn't they like make nukes and stuff? Like, and they're like, oh man, that's pretty dangerous.
They're involved in a lot of things. So it isn't known whether Fauci or any other teleconference participants knew of the 2018 proposal, but before it was leaked in 2021. However, it's plausible that at least Fauci would have been briefed about the proposal because his organization did organized funding for it. That's because the proposal was submitted to and rejected by the Pentagon's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. At the time, DARPA program manager James Gimlet flagged the proposal as too risky to undertake. Although DARPA's proposal too risky for DARPA, that says something. So although DARPA's proposal involved Barak and the Wuhan Institute of Virology, it was formally submitted by Peter Daszak.
I recognize that name.
Yep. On behalf
he ran EcoHealth.
Yeah, on behalf of EcoHealth Alliance. EcoHealth also happens to be the organization through which Fauci has been funding the Wuhan lab since 2014.
EcoHealth just got a brand new grant just a few months ago.
Oh no!
Did you know that?
Are they making more bioweapons for us?
Yeah, I think we managed to persevere through this pandemic, so I guess we need another one.
They did such a great job the first time. I think they definitely earned more money, right?
Yes, they definitely did. Fauci got what he ordered.
Can you imagine costing the world so many lives and money and then being paid for it? Yeah. So given EcoHealth's dual roles, both as Fauci's intermediary to the Wuhan lab and the Wuhan lab's instrument for obtaining DARPA funds, it's only a short leap between Gimlet being alarmed by the proposal and Fauci being informed of his concerns. Not proven yet, but definitely could be proven. Another revelation contained in the emails is that at least two of the participants in Fauci's teleconference explicitly acknowledged that the aim of the conference was to smother the lab leak theory. While this was widely known, it wasn't expected that the participants had said so much in writing.
Whoopsies.
Yeah, they clearly said the purpose of the teleconference was to debunk the lab leak theory. On February 8th, Anderson wrote, he was one of the members of the teleconference, wrote the group claiming that their main work had been, quote, focused on trying to disprove the type of lab theory.
And these are government employees mostly, right? So, and who's paying them? Oh, it'd be us.
Yes. Sorry, I meant to say disprove any type of lab theory. At the same time, he lamented that we are at a crossroads where the scientific evidence isn't conclusive enough. So we want to disprove the lab leak theory, but the science doesn't prove what we're trying to say.
It's kind of how like the Democrats win elections, where they just kind of keep counting votes until the result that they want comes up.
Yeah, it is. You just need to count that same vote enough times.
Yeah, you just got to keep doing the same experiment and keep laundering the same research paper over and over again until it's true.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we're trying to lie, but the evidence doesn't support our lie. That sucks, was kind of his statement, though. Yeah. So another member of the telecon, Christian, just going to call him Christian, emailed Fauci on 9 February complaining that the original draft of the proximal origin study, quote-unquote study, he had a problem that the study at all mentioned the lab leak theory, saying, didn't we congregate to challenge a certain theory, sarcastically adding, are we working on debunking our own conspiracy theory? So he didn't want it to even suggest that the lab leak theory even existed or was possible. So that shows the intent for them, that the whole point of the telecon, the whole point of their meeting, and the whole point of this study was to disprove the theory that had the most evidence.
So when Mr. Dr. Ron Paul was like, hey, you guys did a bad thing, and Fauci said, you don't know what you're talking about. Actually, Ron Paul didn't know what he was talking about.
He does. He's Dr.
Or Rand, sorry.
Your turn.
Another participant in the February 1st teleconference call was Dutch virologist Marion Koopmans, who emailed on February 9th to say that the group shouldn't publish anything about the lab leak scenario as, quote, this could backfire, and, quote, because putting that in the public domain as a hypothesis, in my view, will be read as, see, they also thought so.
Because you did.
I didn't read this before. I had been making my previous kind of off-the-cuff statements about, see, even they thought so. Yeah, it would seem like that, because you know why? Do you know why it might seem like they also thought so, Dyer? Because they also thought so.
Because they did, and they realized how bad that looks. That's why they had to redact all those emails.
Oh my god. The truth is that Fauci, shouldn't somebody get in trouble for over redacting those?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, in a lot of trouble for over redacting those. So the truth is that Fauci's group also thought so and colluded. Yeah, so they thought so and they colluded to conceal not only that they thought so, but also to conceal evidence for a lab origin that they had gathered. Some of that evidence. So again, they're trying to debunk that it was a lab origin. And then in that debunking, they found evidence that it was lab origin, and so they conspired to try to cover up that evidence that they found.
That they found.
Yes. Some of that evidence, such as the highly unusual, and highly unusual doesn't quite capture how unusual it is. I mean, it's really unusual.
Unlikely.
Yeah, it's on the edge of impossible.
It's like winning the lottery 5 times in 5 days.
No. It's like winning the lottery 5 times in 5 nanoseconds. It's really that. That's impossible. Rare. It's like it's a Googleplex of zeros before you get to 1. It is very, very improbable. Yes. Let's see here. So highly unusual for on cleavage site, has been known for some time, while other evidence, such as the presence of the unusual reaction sites in the virus's genome, have also been scientifically addressed recently. By concealing what they knew about the virus's unusual features, Fauci and his group of scientists critically hobbled scientific efforts to better understand the virus. This may have had negative effects on the treatments as well as on efforts to develop counteracting agents. Perhaps even more successfully, it was an attempt by Fauci and his group to cover up the origin of COVID-19. Fauci's full court press effectively led to a complete media blackout on the issue and the public castigation of anyone who didn't toe the line.
Some people lost their jobs and lost their licenses.
Yes. And I had said this at the time. What was interesting about gain-of-function research that Fauci was an advocate of and helped restart after Trump took office, because there was a ban on gain-of-function research under Obama. What's interesting is the argument for gain-of-function was always, well, we have to create the monsters in the lab so that we know how to fight them if they ever pop up naturally. And all of a sudden, we have this monster, COVID-19, pops up supposedly naturally. And what do all the gain-of-function people do? Do they have sitting on the shelf ready to go a bunch of different ways of fighting the monsters that they said that was the whole purpose of their existence? No, they had nothing. They had absolutely no therapies, no vaccines, no treatments, no techniques, nothing to defend against this monster that they claim popped up naturally. The only thing that they did was try to cover up that they might even have some kind of tangential involvement in it. They did nothing to help with it. It was only about trying to cover their ass. Which essentially disproves the need for gain-of-function at all. It completely debunks the supposed reason for it at all.
Yeah. I think that they could have easily just had surveillance, a variety of surveillance labs that would just simply collect viruses from the environment, see what it already exists, and then start looking for anything novel that they might need to defend against, not create those viruses to then do nothing about.
I mean, I don't know. I think it was probably a pretty good thing that they came up with all these techniques that could be weaponized for bioweapons, and then we just gave them willy-nilly to Chinese scientists. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, is
If
there?
your goal was to create biological weapons, why would you have them made in our greatest adversaries' labs that also are historically known for being bad at containing viruses?
Probably because our greatest adversary was also paying the son of the former vice president a stupid amount of money to do nothing.
Are you implying that certain members of our government are bought and paid for by the Chinese government?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Wow. That is...
It's 10% for the big man.
Yep.
Right. So, Dyer,
Yep.
when I say they, what do you hear?
Kanye.
Oh. Not Jews?
No, definitely not Jews.
Oh.
Wait. Kanye is a Jew now, right? Damn it.
He's not a Jew. He is Jew.
He is Jew. Yes.
He is Jew. It's actually very important that he says it like that, because he says that he is Jew. He's not a Jew. Which that's his words. I don't know what it means.
Is that implying that he is unable to use grammar correctly, or?
No, I think it's kind of like how Fauci is science. Like he's like, I think Kanye might be just like the avatar of Jew.
Is it kind of like?
Which I think might be. Is that Jesus? I don't know.
Is it kind of like in the new Star Wars movies where she is all the Jedi, he is all the Jew?
I did not watch the new Star Wars.
I wouldn't recommend it. I just watch clips.
They strap you to a chair and make you watch it for like your interrogation training.
No, I didn't watch YouTube clips. That's why I got the joke from that. I never actually watched it.
All right, so let's not hasten on this story any more than we have to. So let's see here. So Kanye did some stuff. So when we last spoke to you about Kanye, we were adamant about two things. One, Kanye is an anti-Semite, and two, we don't care in the slightest.
Yeah,
that was the last time we talked about Kanye.
Yeah,
that was the conclusions.
Have we ever been more right about a story before it happened?
I think the only thing we were more right on was the COVID.
Oh, right. True. Okay. So, but a lot has happened in the past few weeks. Like, man, we don't do a show for a couple weeks and then so much happens. Mainly that Donald J. Trump announced his candidacy for president. Yippee. He launched his campaign by attacking Ron DeSantis, the first Republican in history to actually wield his power in a way that benefits the people who voted for him. Trump followed that up by inviting Kanye West, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Nick Fuentes, both of which have promised to do all within their power to destroy Trump and the Republican Party, to have dinner with him at Mar-a-Lago. Strange bedfellows. Though I guess it's not strange for Milo to have fellows in his bed. This led to some scandal.
Just a little bit. Just a tiny, just a pinch.
A little crumb.
Yes. All right. So what happened at the dinner with Trump is anyone's guess. YouTuber Tim Pool did try to find out, though. Side note, Tim is probably very thankful that the story came out when it did, due to another story that came out last week about how Tim was screwing half the girls at his company and stealing intellectual property from the rest. That would have been at the same time that Tim was stealing $1.5 million in donations, quote unquote, to fund his quote unquote startup Scanner that he promptly ran directly into the ground in less than 9 months. But the story is not about how Tim's a piece of shit grifter.
Yeah, we're not YouTubers that, make stories on other YouTubers.
Yeah. So if this was a story about how Tim was a piece of shit grifter, that's what the story would be. But we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, not about that at all. We have something more important to talk about.
Exactly. So on Monday, Tim, piece of shit, had Kanye, Milo, and Fuentes on his daily Timcast podcast. Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah.
In a segment that lasted about 28 minutes, Tim tried to get the details of the dinner with Trump, but instead he got some anti-Semitic tirades from Kanye. Tim, despite what I just said about him, he did actually do a good job trying to get Kanye to just explain what happened at the dinner and to try to get Kanye to explain his positions in a deeper, more nuanced way about why he doesn't like Jews. But Kanye is an idiot. And it turns out that his hatred of Jews really doesn't have any more reason than just the fact that they're Jewish. Dyer and I enjoy sometimes watching Flat Earthers and Flat Earther debunker content because, just on the off chance, I want to hear them explain, how does somebody who has an irrational position, how do they explain it? Sometimes it's interesting to hear them try to justify it. And so I was as curious as anybody else, just morbid curiosity, really. Kanye, why don't you like the Jews? What is your actual, you have an open platform, explain it beyond just Jews. And he couldn't. There was nothing. You scratched the surface. There's nothing beneath the surface. Kanye just doesn't like the Jews for no reason. He had plenty of reason he had plenty of chance to explain it. And I deeply wanted him to explain it, even if it was for bad reasons. And there was nothing there. Tim was able to get nothing out of him. He has no reason beyond Jews. So every time, this always comes up with people that are anti-Semitic where they're like, no, I'm not anti-Semitic. I've got my reasons for why we've got issues with funding Israel. And there's some issues with how the Holocaust happened. And, it's just a nuanced thing. It's a nuanced thing. And maybe I haven't talked to every single anti-Semite out there. But usually what happens is like what happened with Kanye is you push on that just a little bit. Like, oh, okay, you've got some nuance. You know what? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Explain it to me. Explain it to me like I'm 5. And Kanye, there's nothing beneath the surface. It's just, I don't like the Jews. That's it. There's nothing. There's no nuanced reasoning why. There's nothing. There's no argument. There's no logic. There's nothing. It's just actual hatred and bigotry.
Yeah, and no one should be surprised. We talked about this before. We know from his history that he is batshit crazy, that he is an anti-Semite, and he's a walkaway. And we've had to sit back and watch in disbelief as a bunch of Republicans and commentators were trying to act as though he is some new conservative thought leader, and guys, stop.
Also, evangelical Christians, after he converted to Christianity and released a bunch of worship albums, which I heard were pretty good. But you had a lot of evangelicals that were like, oh my gosh, Kanye, we're going to prop him up as a symbol of our movement. I'm so glad he came over because we were so desperate to have some kind of pop culture reference since the, unfortunately, Christian evangelical movies don't tend to do very well. They don't have a lot of good pop culture. But they were so excited that Kanye had this new pop culture icon. A lot of people in a lot of areas of society are eating some crow right now on Kanye. Dyer and I, however, are not.
Not at all. So after 28 minutes of Tim asking politely for him to expand on his position, Kanye stormed off the set, particularly around the question of Tim saying that he doesn't think the word they means the same thing the way Kanye uses it. He's referring to the left-wing media, whereas Kanye is referring to Jews.
Kanye uses they with 3 parentheses around it.
Yeah, so Tim's like, no, I don't use the word they the same way you do. And at that point, Kanye stormed out because he couldn't deal with that caliber of pushback. Over the next 2 days, conservative commentators would go on to waste hours and hours of airtime talking about Kanye, whether or not he planned the whole thing, or if he is crazy or not, and what it means to all of society. All that time, and the time we're talking about now, is a waste.
Yes, which is why it's at the end of the show.
Exactly. Tim even said that he thought Kanye was a serious guy, not to be underestimated, and that, quote, he could win the presidency. He said that one day before the tirade from Kanye.
Yes. So Kanye, for his part, would resurface on Thursday to do a takeover of Alex Jones's Daily Show. In a twist of irony, Alex Jones was left to be the rational-looking one on set, while Kanye spoke for about 3 hours of his love for Nazis and Hitler, proclaiming at one point that he was a Nazi and that he both hated and loved the Jews. During the whole show, Kanye had his face covered with a Balenciaga sex hood. Kanye was also wearing Balenciaga boots during a video he released as part of his anticipated Ye 2024 campaign.
What?
Yeah, you got one of them in your closet, Tyre? I know you're just
what?
Freaky shit.
That's a sex hood?
Yeah.
The fuck?
It's part of a bondage gear thing. He's worn that hood a lot of times at like other things over the last couple of years. His first appearance with it was in 2012. So he's had that one in his back pocket for a while, where he wears that hood sometimes.
That's funny. I was thinking to myself that maybe he was trying to prevent people from having pictures of him with the words he's saying. But then I thought, no, this makes it even easier for people to pretend he's saying things he didn't say.
Yeah, so there's a subset of BDSM bondage where there's also sensory deprivation as an aspect of it, and that hood is part of the sensory deprivation kit for a bondage.
Gotcha. I can write that down real quick.
Yes.
Sensory deprivation bondage.
Yes.
Got it. Oh, well, I'll look it up later. Anyway, so Balenciaga has also been in the news this week after the release of an ad campaign that involved several 5-year-old looking girls being photographed in juxtaposition to sexual bondage gear and text from a Supreme Court decision about the nuance of technicalities of technicalities of images that are almost but not quite child pornography.
I thought that was an interesting aspect that like everybody kept missing, was that the Balenciaga shoot that had the Supreme Court decision in the background. People kept talking about like, oh, well, that Supreme Court case was talking about like, banning certain things that were child pornography. And they kept missing that the part of it that was highlighted was actually about trying to define the nuance of things that people might think are child pornography, but technically are not in a legal sense. And so it essentially is a way of how can pedophiles get really close to the line legally, but not have it count legally as child pornography. So it gives you a very fine red line, when realistically that should be either a red line really far in favor of not having child pornography, or it should be really gray looking. However, in practice, we would always overcharge on it.
So that ad campaign, was it trying to say that the Supreme Court ruling was not strict enough and that they were showing us what would be accepted?
No, they were showing us what is accepted because they were juxtaposing children in sexual situations.
Was it in favor or in opposition?
The Supreme Court's decision merely explained the nuance. So it's
a campaign. Was the campaign in favor or in opposition to the ruling?
The campaign was allegedly showing, fashion gear that was available from Balenciaga. It wasn't. I mean, it was sexual in the sense that all fashion campaigns are sexualized, which is why it was weird to have children.
So it was in favor of selling these items to people.
Correct. Yeah. This was like a legitimate ad campaign that they were trying to use to sell the products that were in the pictures. And they also just happened to have a child with in juxtaposition with sex gear. Not unlike the sex gear that Kanye is wearing.
So there was a quote about child pornography is not always easily defined, but you know it when you see it.
So that is that's actually been misinterpreted as the test. It can be a test that a judge uses, but it's not the letter of the law that the judge has to use. So that was merely an argument by one of the Supreme Court justices that he would know it when he saw it, but that's not actually the letter of the law. It's just it's an optional test that you can apply to it, but it's not a mandatory test that you apply to it.
All right. So I think taking things that are made and being advertised for sex and putting them on children and putting them on camera is essentially and no other way you can argue sexualizing kids.
So here's kind of the highlights of what the Balenciaga campaign was. There was in the background there was text from a Supreme Court decision. The text was specifically talking about there exists room in the law that there's technicalities, that there's things that people might perceive as child pornography, but technically don't meet the definition of it. And then that's in the background of the wider scene that Balenciaga chose to shoot, which has children juxtaposed next to sexual bondage gear.
Which implies that they are intending to make something that is akin to child pornography.
Yes, it implies that there was deliberate intent and specific knowledge of where that line was, and there was intent to go up to the line.
That's so fucked up.
Yep. And Kanye has been involved with Balenciaga for a really long time. So as Kim Kardashian has also been, and a lot of people have actually been involved with Balenciaga. So one of the reasons why Kanye's of any kind of note recently is it got kicked off about 6 weeks ago with Candace Owens, who just launched her new documentary on Daily Wire Plus, talking about Blexit, basically.
He's not getting paid to wear this, is he?
I don't know. Just let me finish for a second. So Candace met up with Kanye the day before she was launching that documentary that she made. And she took a picture with him where they were both wearing White Lives Matter hoodies. Do you know where they were when they took that picture? Do you know where Candace and Kanye were when they took the picture wearing the White Lives Matter hoodies?
I forget where.
They were actually at a fashion show. Do you know who was hosting? It was a Balenciaga fashion show. So Candace Owens, who made her career off of viciously attacking conservatives and then suddenly became a walkaway, and the first thing she does when she gets hired in at the Daily Wire is immediately use her power to go after Kimberly Klacik, a lovely black conservative who unfortunately did not win her race in Baltimore. Again, so a walkaway suddenly finds herself with power and then uses that power to attack other conservatives. Wow, where have we seen that one before? And then after that, she goes on to associate Kanye with the conservative movement. Wow, what a great win that was. She happens to why is Candace at a Balenciaga fashion show? Any particular reason? And so she uses that and Kanye to try to launch her new documentary on Daily Wire. And Daily Wire is now associated with this too, because they're going to be making money off of that too. Ben Shapiro is real upset with what Kanye has to say, but he's not fired Candace for it yet. And in fact, Candace has recently said, well, a lot of, because again, Candace is the one who boosted Kanye recently. And a lot of people are saying, hey, you boosted him recently. Do you have anything to say about what he's got to say about Jews now that he's attacking Ben Shapiro specifically and attacking Jews generally? Do you have anything to say? And Candace last week said, I think because I'm so close to the issue, I think I need to take a step back and not comment on it. Oh, now you think you don't need to comment on it. Now you think you don't need to comment on why you laundered an anti-Semite into the conservative movement, why you tried to use him to make money for yourself and for Ben Shapiro. Now all of a sudden you've got nothing to say about why you're at a Balenciaga, essentially a clothing brand for pedophiles, for the rich pedophiles at least. You've got nothing to say about that all of a sudden. Huh. It's strange.
That's, so fucked up.
Yep.
I would not be surprised if they're both getting money from Balenciaga. So while some of the media are trying to justify it, the Balenciaga, a fashion company, nuked their entire Instagram account. So clearly they saw some kind of issue with it, even if the pedos in the media did not.
Yeah. So at the same time, you've got a bunch of pedophiles in the legacy media. A couple of years ago, there was a conspiracy theory that pedophiles kind of ran the media and Hollywood and the government. And then, we had the Epstein thing happened, and we found out that it was true. So yeah, the pedophiles in the legacy media, they all were like, oh my God, there's nothing wrong with the Balenciaga fashion thing on their Instagram. There's nothing wrong with that campaign. It's perfectly fine. And meanwhile, Balenciaga's like, oh crap, we got caught, and they nuked their entire Instagram. Balenciaga sells like $1,000 sunglasses. Like, their whole image is fashion and imagery and pictures and presentation and celebrity. And they nuked their Instagram? I mean, that would be like one of their primary methods for getting their image out there, is nuking their Instagram. Wow, there must have been a big problem with what they realized that they got caught doing what they did. And so at the same time they realize, oh crap, we got caught, we need to go into cover-up mode. You still have the Democrats and the media being like, well, no, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just child pornography. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So clearly somebody thought there was a problem with it. So you don't got to take the legacy media's word for it. Take Balenciaga's word for it. They clearly realized that there was something wrong with it, because they didn't just take down the campaign. Again, they took down their entire Instagram. They self-nuked their Instagram. That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
All right. So in the event that you guys are all desperate to know what Dyer and I think about this, here are some rapid-fire hot takes from us about the situation. So Dyer, you have some questions for me?
Yes. Is Kanye really anti-Semite? Anti-Semite.
Yeah, probably, but I don't care.
Okay. So is Kanye having a mental break?
Yeah, probably, but I don't care.
All right. Is Kanye playing 18D chess, and did he plan to walk out early on the Timcast interview?
He's probably not playing 18D chess. If he was capable of that kind of strategy, he wouldn't be getting cucked by Pete Davidson right now. Yeah, let's not forget that. Yeah. Kanye's so smart, he's getting cucked by a guy who looks like a meth addict.
And he's being used by Milo and Fuentes, for sure.
But ask me if I care about that.
Do you care?
I don't.
Yeah. Okay, so Kanye is still wearing a Balenciaga stuff. Does that mean he is a pedophile?
Probably.
Kanye may be mad, but isn't madness a mark of genius?
well, Kanye says the Jews have been controlling him his whole life, so I would have to assume that the Jews wrote all of his songs and designed all of his clothing lines. So I would guess that he doesn't really have any artistic achievements of his own. So, how about that?
I wouldn't say that madness is a sign of genius in any way. Fox, are you saying that the Jews wrote Kanye's greatest album, Graduation?
Probably. So there are a lot of conservative commentators out there that need to apologize right now, and they're not. They need to apologize to the movement for making Kanye a thing. Dyer and I don't need to apologize. We've been consistent on Kanye for a long time. I even brought up Kanye as a walkaway example 3 years ago when I introduced the concept to you. Like, from the beginning.
Yeah. We've been consistent.
We have been very consistent. So we've got no apologizing to do. We've got no reason to apologize, which makes you wonder, how did Dyer and I get it so right when so many others got it so wrong? Well, probably because we don't have a bunch of money riding on it like other people do. I guess that's one benefit of being poor. It's a trap of counterintuitive thinking that a lot of conservatives have found themselves in. Some other commentators might look at this and say, oh heck, on the surface, this whole Kanye thing seems really dumb and meaningless, but oh, look at me, I'm so smart because I've found meaning in it. No, you're wrong. Sometimes things that are counterintuitive are actually just wrong. It's not counterintuitive to find meaning in something that doesn't actually have meaning. You're not smart because you dug meaning out of a meaningless thing. Sometimes meaningless things are just meaningless. So, no, you're not smarter than everybody else because you found meaning in Kanye's madness. You're just wrong. Sometimes, this is one of those cases where you're just wrong. Conservative commentators trying to convince you that they found meaning in things like in something like Kanye. It's the same thing as a feminist dance theorist telling you about how meaningful a pile of trash is at a modern art exhibit. In your gut, you know it's bullshit, and your gut is correct. It's the same thing. It's the same deal with this Kanye thing. So, don't listen to conservatives that are telling you that there's meaning to be derived from Kanye's madness. There's none. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's as relevant to conservatism as the guy shooting up meth in San Francisco and then screaming and throwing poop at you. That Kanye has as much meaning and depth to add to conservatism as that guy does.
But imagine Crowder looking at this guy screaming and throwing shit and saying, yeah, but like, you know, he's making a good point.
Yeah, I watched the episode you told me to watch. I didn't think Crowder did too much defending. Did you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so
I know Knowles has. Knowles is a particularly bad offender of that.
Yeah, so he said he's an artist. He's talking like artist does. He's not articulate. I'm not going to go in and individually criticize, him. I'm not in the business of criticizing other conservatives. I just want to give some more information. So that was the kind of approach. Like, no. You need to have the intellectual credibility of being able to say, hey, this guy is insane. He does not represent us. He never did represent us. He is absolutely anti-Semitic. And no, I'm not going to say that he's inarticulate. That was the phrase that got me. No, there's nothing wrong with the way he said what he said. The problem was with the content.
Yes. So basically this whole situation with Kanye is basically like a cultural false flag. And what's worse is that so many conservatives fell for it. This is why I've warned incessantly about walkaways, like Candace, like kind of Tim Pool, like a lot of other people, Michael Knowles is one too. Is what happens is walkaways, not that you shouldn't walk away. Again, the whole thing with the walkaway is not that you shouldn't walk away. It's that once you walk away, you need to take a step back from leadership positions for a while. You can't just go from hardcore leftist leader of leftism to just, oops, I made a mistake, I got canceled. Now I got to go to the right side, and then I'm going to be a leader on the right after 3 days of walking away. Walkaways need to take a one decade break, 10 years before you take on new leadership positions. That's my rule. It's a 10-year rule. So Kanye is a walkaway. Candace Owens, who I don't think she's responsible for bringing Kanye into conservatism generally, but the most recent iteration of Kanye in conservatism is Candace's fault because she's the most recent one who brought him to some fame on the right with that picture of the White Lives Matter thing. She's a walkaway. Why are walkaways dangerous when they take leadership positions? Because they don't know what they're doing, and they accidentally bring more bad actors onto our side. It wasn't... Crowder maybe made a mistake. He was imprecise with his inarticulate comment, but Crowder's not the one. Crowder's been a conservative for decades. He didn't accidentally bring Kanye into the fray. Mark Levin, conservative for decades, didn't accidentally bring Kanye into the fray. Ben Shapiro, been a conservative for decades. He didn't accidentally bring Kanye into the fray. Now, he did create a company which hired somebody who did do that, so he does bear a little bit of responsibility there. But Candace, who's been a conservative for 6 years, and not a very good one at that, she's the one who accidentally brings Kanye into the fray. That's why walkaways are dangerous. It always, my point is always proven on that. I've never been wrong about walkaways. Let's see here. So yeah, basically it's very sad that a lot of conservatives fell for this, cultural false flag of, what's the false flag here? It's the false flag is wrongly identifying Kanye as a conservative and then watching him blow up as an anti-Semitic tirade. And then all of a sudden the right gets smeared as well. Of course you guys got a bunch of anti-Semites on your side. It's basically the party's flipped, right? Yeah, the party's flipped and Kanye, he's just coming over to the anti-Semitic side now. No, Kanye was never a conservative and we don't have to own his anti-Semitism or his insanity. That's a false flag. It does not belong to our side. This was something that was perpetrated by somebody who was recently a leftist and may still be a leftist. The reason I warn you about walkaways, again, this is not the first time that we've had a cultural false flag. There's just a few recent examples that come to mind. We had an Antifa communist who was used by the FBI to false flag a kidnapping of a DNC governor. The Gretchen Whitmer case. The guy was a communist and he liked Antifa, and they tried to paint him as a right-wing extremist trying to kidnap a DNC governor. No, that was a false flag. You had a leftist nudist pedophile who was probably fucking Nancy Pelosi's husband and then tried to kill him, and they tried to paint that as a right-wing extremist, and that was a cultural false flag. They falsely identified a leftist as a conservative to try to smear us. You had a non-binary gay leftist shoot up a gay bar, and they tried to say that was a far-right conservative and then smear our whole movement because a leftist tried to shoot other leftists, and they said, well, no, that was conservatives who really did it. No, that was a false flag.
They don't determine who is on the right or who is a conservative. And even if someone says that they are a conservative, it doesn't matter unless what they're actually doing and advocating for fits with what conservatives believe.
Yeah.
But they will routinely take these controlled opposition, these examples of people who are actually on the left, that are actually radical leftists, and try to say, oh, look, this violent leftist is actually a conservative, despite all evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, you had a radical environmentalist who shot up El Paso a couple of years ago. Yet on that exact same day, you had an Elizabeth Warren campaign staffer shoot up another bar in Dayton, Ohio. And they said both of those were right-wing extremists. No. There's countless other examples of this, all labeled as conservatives, all used to smear our belief system, and more importantly, used to justify censoring you on social media, used to justify the FBI raiding your house for going to political rallies and school board meetings, used by your leftist family members and friends to justify cutting you out of their life, all used to paint you as a radical, dangerous, possibly murderous extremist that needs to be dealt with by any means necessary. And then here comes Kanye being propped up by evangelical Christians and newly walked away conservatives. And all of a sudden, the exact same freaking thing happens. And now they're using this to say, well, you're all anti-Semitic. They're using it against Trump now, saying, oh, well, Trump's obviously anti-Semitic. Which, a word on that is, do I think Trump's an anti-Semite? No, I don't. I don't think he's an anti-Semite. Do I think that what Kanye did, that Trump deserves to get taken down by what Kanye did recently because Trump had a dinner with him? Well, actually, it's kind of going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. If Trump deserves to be taken down, if Trump deserves to have his campaign destroyed by having dinner with Kanye and then Kanye losing his mind in a public way, well, if Trump can't survive that, then Trump does deserve to get taken out by that. If Trump can survive that, then he doesn't deserve to get taken out by it. But what I will tell you is I don't think Ron DeSantis would accidentally have dinner with Kanye West, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Nick Fuentes. I'll tell you that. And
sorry,
there's a lot of people out there. Stick Saxon Hammer comes to mind, where he's, you guys you're just crankers. You don't got the guts to stand up to the meme war and stuff like that. And Trump's the man. And people trying to say that he needs to be canceled because he hung out with Kanye. That they're not up for the fight. Man, Sticks, we've been up for the fight for 6 long years, and you're asking for another 2 years of campaign and then another 4 years of Trump presidency on top of that. I just don't think that people got 12 years of dealing with thing after thing after thing with Trump. I just don't know that we've got the the fortitude to do it. And yeah, I know that there's the argument that if it wasn't Trump, they'd be doing it to DeSantis. And you're probably right. Except for Trump doesn't have to walk into every frickin' rake they set in front of him, does he? Does he have to do that?
I think that the debate of whether or not we're going to go for Trump or go for DeSantis is a reasonable thing. We need to have that conversation because we got to be always critical of who we're going to vote for to make sure we get the best. But I think that it's going to be the question is going to answer itself by the time it comes time to pick our candidate. There will be a primary, and we'll see how all of the how DeSantis and Trump have dealt with the most recent trials and who's dealt with them better. And I think it'll be obvious by that time which candidate is better. And I'm not going to say I support DeSantis. I think Fox supports DeSantis because in what we've seen so far, he's the best of the two candidates. But hey, we're open. The world could be very different in a few months or a year from now. But I think the lesson from this whole shitty Kanye thing is that the conservatives need to stop looking for celebrities and people who, are cultural icons and trying to turn them into thought leaders. And we need to be happy with people being intellectual, smart, principled individuals, even if they aren't the most exciting. We need smart leaders. We don't need clowns.
Correct. So, I guess I'm closing us out, man. To Triumvirate, I tried real hard not to. We have to address it a little bit because everybody else addressed it. We're trying to do it in a way where we're not spending a lot of time talking about the substance of Kanye because there is no substance.
40 minutes later.
Yes. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we tried. All right. So I guess I was closing this up here. So, conservatives, it may be to our detriment that we don't have a lot of fun cultural pop icons on our side, but what we do have are thinkers. We got a lot of thoughtful philosophers that exist on our side. The left doesn't have that. They don't have thinkers on their side. They have a lot of people on their side that call themselves thinkers, that claim to be philosophers, but who really are just charlatans trying to sell you a bill of goods. So our message to you is this: the key lesson that you can take away from the whole Kanye saga is the conservatives need to be satisfied with our thoughtful philosophers, even if they are a little bit boring. Don't get caught up in the fun pop culture of having maybe the most famous rapper of all time, supposedly coming to your side, because it's not real. It will never be real. And every time you think it's real, you get burned. And there's no reason to get burned like that every time. Like Dyer said, you don't need the carnival circus performance that the left has when we have the depth. We have the depth on the right that the left doesn't have. So don't be jealous. Don't be jealous of the left's shallow, frivolous circus that they give to their people. And do you even really want that? Is it really so desperately desirable on the right to have frivolous, shallow culture leaders that we would jump at the chance to take on someone like Kanye as one of our own? Is it really that desirable? I don't think so.
I agree. We have a few other topics that we were suggested we cover real quick before we close out the show.
Hit
it. What is your opinion on puppies?
I love puppies.
Puppies are amazing. They turn into good boys and good girls. So I like.
Wait, puppies grow up?
They do eventually grow up. It's a sad day.
I was lied to about how puppies work. I was reliably informed that you bought puppies if you wanted a puppy, and that you bought a dog if you wanted a dog.
The important thing about puppies and kids who want puppies is you don't buy a puppy to have a puppy. You buy a puppy to have a dog. Because if you buy the puppy with the intent of having a puppy, then it's going to be a very different animal in 6 months.
What if you buy a wolf and a puppy without the intent of them having dozens and dozens of other puppies?
That's an important lesson, actually. I did not realize that
Dyer didn't know how the birds and the bees worked.
So I read a lot about wolves before getting my wolf. And I read that they became to sexual maturity at a year and I believe it was 4 months. So at 1 year old, I felt I still had 4 months because I'm very, very black and white about time frames. I thought I still had 4 months.
There's like biology's binary. It's no gradient.
Right.
Fertility's not a spectrum.
It was also based on the breeder not lying to me about the age of the puppy. So, in any case, I thought I had 4 months before I had to follow my plan for keeping the dog separate once, or getting one neutered if I was going to do that path. But I thought I still had time, and then my dog came up to me when I was in uniform heading out to work and sat in front of me, and then started leaking clear liquid out the back. And
I like how you're so oblivious that, like, you, one, didn't know that she was fertile, and then two, you didn't realize that she went through an entire pregnancy.
She was not showing.
Didn't she have like 6 puppies on that litter?
Yes. So she uncharacteristically was very brazen in coming up to me and staring me right in the eyes and stopping me from going out the door. I didn't know why.
She's like,
until I saw the liquid.
Dad, I need help.
Yeah. So when I saw the liquid, I called my female boss at the time and said, "Hey, I know this is going to be a very strange question for you."
Hey, you're a bitch. How do I know if mine's pregnant?
I asked her, I said, "You had kids, right?" And then I changed the question to, like, "You've had dogs, right?" So stayed home. She made a nest in her closet and had a bunch of wonderful puppies. And I stayed there in the closet with her on the floor. It's a very large closet. While she had the puppies. But anyways, I didn't realize. So they can have puppies. They can get pregnant and go to full term long before their, quote, normal textbook sexual maturity date. So we got her spayed eventually, so she stopped having puppies. But the puppies were not on purpose. But we did find good homes for all of them.
Didn't she go through another litter almost immediately too?
So I also read that there was a time frame which
a refractory period, if you will,
that she would become fertile again. So I thought that was also literal. I've learned my lesson, all right?
Yeah, you need to write a book on how to own wolves, because clearly all the existing books suck.
Yeah. So I thought I knew the correct time frame after giving birth to get them spayed, because you don't want to get them spayed directly afterwards, because the body still has to go through some hormone changes to recover from the birth, and I didn't want to disrupt those hormone cycles, right? And then to make it all worse, after we did get her spayed, they spayed her wrong, and she still gets periods, which means she gets very aggressive and interested in sex on a very regular basis. So.
Your poor husky.
Yeah, he's not interested because he's neutered, right? But she, like, pesters him constantly.
Well, apparently he wasn't neutered then.
Anyways, the other question was Christmas. What are you doing for Christmas?
No, I guess we're going to go see my parents if we don't fight again, and then we'll go see. I think we're going to do my parents the weekend before, and then we're going to do my boyfriend's parents the actual days of.
Oh.
My parents got the days of last year, so.
I've been meaning to send a Christmas gift to your parents. They like cyanide, right?
My parents.
Anyways. Yes, so.
I'm desperately trying to find this show, which they haven't found yet, so.
Really? That's just lazy. Not trying hard enough. So
it was enough that they knew it happened. It's too much that they know where it's at.
Yeah. So we're probably gonna be skipping several shows during December as well, because of the whole Christmas stuff we have planned as well.
Yeah, Crowder takes off like a whole month every year. And like we take off, kind of, November-ish, December-ish. So, it's about a net about 5 weeks we lose, but we're pretty on it. We do our best every other time.
Yeah.
So pretty good.
Just like Crowder, right?
Just like Crowder. We're basically the same in like all the ways that matter. And everybody says like, your viewer counts, that matters. They're gaslighting you.
Yep, gaslighting doesn't exist.
What are you doing for Christmas?
Well, we're planning on traveling to another country and going to a Christmas market there. Even though there's Christmas markets here, we're going to do the same thing, just further away from home. We're also going to Don't Tell the Kids. We're going to go.
Thrilled.
I'm so thrilled. We're also going to do a what do you call it? Polar Express themed event.
That sounds terrifying.
Have
you seen Polar Express? It's terrifying.
It's a
horror
movie. They told me it's just like the movie. I suspect that means that there will be ghosts. There will be speeding down rickety tracks.
And just dead eyes everywhere.
Yes.
Dead. Everyone will have just dead eyes, like a doll's eyes.
I suspect that there will be an incredibly dangerous, life-risking train ride, in which case we will receive some hot chocolate but no food.
Also, you're just like on a train with a bunch of kidnapped kids going to God knows where.
Kids that were kidnapped in the middle of the night, and also my entire family. So there's that. We will have the kids watch the Polar Express movie before going on the train to make sure they are knowing what to expect.
What's got to be bad about that movie is it probably looks even worse now. Because we at least didn't really have a large frame of reference for animated movies back then, but it was still obviously wrong. Now we do, so it's even more wrong.
You know what gets me is when I was a kid, I got the Polar Express book, which was based off of the movie.
Did it have a little bell in it?
Yes, it did.
I had that too.
So what I couldn't get was when they made the book after the movie, they kept the characters with just the same dead eyes. In the book, they could have improved it so they look more human in the book.
Yeah,
because
it was scary because the book came with a bell, and I was under the impression that if you ring it, then somebody will come kidnap you. So that explains a lot.
That explains your childhood.
It's constant fear, and I'm cold.
Yep, I never got anywhere near a bell ever again. Yeah. Last topic was that we're supposed to talk about the stomach flu.
There's a stomach flu.
Just stomach flus in general, I guess. I am forced to get the flu vaccine every single year. I think our kids are required to get it too. I think to be in school. Yeah.
I got COVID last week. My mom gave it to me because she had it.
See, don't say she never goes to anything now.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, so she had it, and she knew she was sick, and claimed that I didn't know what it was. Even though she had 10 rapid tests in the cupboard, the at-home tests, so she could have just taken one, but she didn't because she wanted me to come home for Thanksgiving, and so she didn't call us ahead of time to tell us that she was sick, and so we found out when we got there. She goes, "Oh, it's just a sinus infection."
Oh my god!
And then on Monday, this was the weekend before actual Thanksgiving, and then on Monday she's calls me, and she's like, "Oh no, I've got COVID." I'm like, "How do you know?" She's like, "Well, I took the at-home test." I'm like, "Did you have the at-home test before we came and you didn't tell us?" And she got mad at me, and then me and my boyfriend got COVID, and then I was pissed because we were supposed to go see his parents, and we still did, but I was like, that was rude that you just didn't tell me that you were sick. We probably still would have come. We probably just would have had a little bit more precautions because we had scheduled travel, that she knew that we were going to travel, and she knew that it would cause problems for us traveling if we got COVID, and she just didn't test because she didn't want me to not come. I'm like, that's kind of rude.
It's kind of rude. Oh well.
Honestly, I would rather get spirited away by dead-eyed Disney demons than go to Christmas.
I had COVID about a month ago, or at least I assume I had COVID or something like it. But when I went to the emergency room for having been sick for a week and a half and not gotten better, I was kind of this is not a normal cold. When I went to the emergency room on base, the military doc's like, "Yeah, you probably got something viral. Sounds viral, but you're probably going to be fine. We're going to treat, no matter what the virus is, we're going to give you the same treatment anyways. So we're just going to treat symptoms." I says, "Are you going to test me for COVID?" She says, "Nah, it's fine."
When I did find out that I had COVID, though, the first thing I thought was, thank God I'm not vaccinated. Because COVID would be really dangerous if you also had just calamari in your veins, what they're finding, because that's a problem. So this will be the third time I had it. How many times have you had it?
Second time.
All right, yeah, because I got it like basically like year. So like I had it in January of 2020, like before it was even supposed to be over on our continent, but we now know after the fact that it was probably spreading in North America in October of 2019. So I was one of those like early cases before we even knew it was over here, because I was like deathly ill. That was the alpha strain, and I was very, very, very sick. In January of 2020, and then I got it again. Actually, no, I got like 2 years between that. So I got it last year at Christmas time again, and I was less sick. I still didn't feel great, but I was less sick. And then this time, it was like maybe like 2 days of like real sick, but not as bad. And then it was just kind of like a lingering like cough, but. You know, I'm pretty sure I got the alpha strain, I got the delta strain, and then I think that whatever the new strain is, like I got that one. So I'm just like, it's like the Infinity Stones, like I'm just collecting them all. I'll just be like super double, triple, natural immunity.
Yeah,
good to go.
But the military is offering, because they can no longer require it because it's not legally allowed to require us to have the vaccine. They now are offering days off of work if we get a booster.
I feel like for you, they're going to offer you days off of work if you just take your existing days off of work.
I am still right on the edge of use or lose. The leave I took was just to get me back to the borderline.
What they should do to you is threaten to give you more off time. That way it takes you even longer to burn through it, and you're away from work even longer.
I've sold about 100 days of leave back to the military to get money.
Wow, what'd you do with that $20?
I think I went to a casino.
Yeah, you didn't spend it all in one place.
on one roll of craps. Craps.
You bought a tea candle to warm your hands on in your cold house.
The point is, I had so much leave, I could sell 100 of it and still have leave left over.
Somehow the FTX token's worth more than that.
Yeah, leave tokens. That's an idea. I wish leave was transferable.
Yeah, if you guys had like a market that you could like trade leave, that would be awesome.
God, that'd make so much money. It'd probably also be immoral.
Well, no, because then you could have because the government could also be like a purchaser, and they could just like purchase it back at like whatever the fair market rate is. Like whatever you guys determined the market rate was, they could just purchase it back from you rather than just purchasing it at a flat fee.
Yeah, they apparently will only buy leave from you twice in your career.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why that rule exists. I think that they should be like clamoring to buy my leave from me, because that means I'll just do more work, right? Right?
Yeah, but I don't know if they want you doing the work.
Well, currently I supervise other people who are working. I am no longer doing it myself.
Somebody's got to be the manager. Yep,
that's where I'm at. Taking care of people. That's my job now. You are my job, I say to the guys. I had someone say that they were sorry they had to bring a problem to me. And I says, no, don't be sorry you came to me with this problem. It's literally my job. Helping you solve problems you cannot do at your level is exactly what I'm supposed to do. You just see me working on equipment anymore? No, I'm not a technician. Do you see me?
Sorry that they didn't bring you a solution.
Yeah, I think it's far more important. Yeah, the guy is usually a problem solver, but he didn't know the particular solution to this problem. He needed some help. But that's what I'm here for. Don't hesitate, because then there's a delay and the problem doesn't get solved, and it usually gets worse.
So did we hit 4 hours? Jesus Christ.
God, this is time for bed. All right. Well, it's been fun, guys.
Remember, we don't want insurmountable problems. We want problems we can solve, not not impossibilities. Come on.
I'm not paid to spell words.
I don't even know what that means. You gaslighting us? All right, guys.
All right.
Well,
Direwolf out.
All right. Traffice signing off.